Hello. Hello.
कौन चेक कर रहे हैं?
Davish. Davish. Davish.
सर आप रिवर्स आते ना, बाहर से चेक करेगा। अशोक एक बार बाहर जाकर जाओ, लैपटॉप को चेक करो। जैसे कोई स्पीकर है बाहर, कोई आउटलो की बात करो ना उनसे। हेलो।
Hello. Davish here. Voice is clear.
वो बोल रहे। हेलो तविश। हेलो।
Davish, I'm calling from outside. Can you hear it? Please reply, Davish. Can you hear me?
अनम्यूट करो उसको, अनम्यूट करो।
Outside the room.
सर
Davish.
कैन यू हियर मी
Manmohan.
सर? हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी?
I-
हेलो।
Yeah. Manmohan, please reply.
सर कैन यू हियर मी नाउ?
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
क्लोज करो एक बार डोर। ओके सर, चेकिंग।
Hello. Can you hear that? उसमें इसमें can you hear it? This voice. Hello. Yeah, Ashutosh, can you hear on the WebEx? Can you hear in WebEx, Ashutosh?
No, sir.
Can you hear?
Hello, sir. Can you hear us? Hello.
Yeah, Manmohan, can you just speak again if you can? Can you hear me, Manmohan,
Once
outside?
again, check it.
Are you outside the room?
Yes, sir. Outside.
Yeah, I can hear you clear. That's fine.
There's a low voice, sir.
Low voice, so that I think volume of that laptop can be raised. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello. Thank you all for coming to this workshop on addressing mental health needs. Can I request everyone to respectfully requesting everyone to please be seated so that we can get going on this.
Yes.
I'm Mrinalini. Nice to finally meet you.
You too. So, thank you for joining the on addressing mental health needs. We have a few speakers, and then we have plenty of opportunity for interactions and goal setting for, what are we going to change going away from this, going forward from this workshop. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon our speakers to first introduce themselves, and then I'll call upon Dr. Bindu Kansapada to introduce a speaker who is connecting online from the US. So can we start with you, Dr. Dore?
I think it's good afternoon, right?
It's good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Anbudurai, psychiatrist from Chennai, the Banyan. Me and with my colleague also. I have about 30 years of experience. We have experience in both direct rescue of patients and rehabilitation, further in research and training. And now we are also looking at certain new ways of helping our long-term patients, so about which we'll talk to you. So that's about.
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Mrinalini. I work as Deputy Director at the Banyan and the Banyan Academy of Leadership in Mental Health. So we are engaged in comprehensive mental health services for vulnerable communities, particularly homeless people and children with parental mental health issues. We work across 6 states in India and engaged in service provision, research, advocacy, and capacity building. Thank you very much.
My name is Sunny Anand, and I'm a professor of pediatrics at Stanford University, and I run the Stanford Child Wellness Lab. So it's a research lab based on promoting wellness and well-being among children.
My name is Dr. Bindu Kumar Kansapada. I'm a cardiologist and with special interest in mental health. I'm also WILS Global Health Council Vice Chair and a board member, and proud to be part of this Ideal Village Conference and initiative and movement.
I'm Dr. Raj Shah. I'm the chairman of the Health Council and the board member of WILS Global Foundation. I'm associate professor at 2 medical colleges, Temple University and Drexel Medical School. I'm a cardiologist and have been in practice for more than 47 years in the city of Philadelphia. Dr. Kansapada has been my partner, and we both are in Health Council. He has taken initiative on mental health while we are working on telemedicine. Thank you.
So first of all, I wanted to ask Dr. Bindu to introduce our speaker from the US.
It is my honor to introduce Dr. Ishant Sivanand, who is very well known in field of mental health. He is a founder of Yoga of Immortals. He is also international teacher. He is affiliated with the institute in
Let me
San
congratulate
Francisco.
all the. Let me congratulate all.
Thank you.
He is also visiting faculty professor at Jaidev Institute of Cardiovascular Research at Bangalore. He is also associated with Vadodara Institute and Rungta Institute. He is facilitated by a lot of places, including Mauritius, UK, USA, India, and he is a supporter of 29,000 students this year for integrative healthcare mental health initiative, and his expertise are mental health, non-pharmaceutical intervention. So we are really opportunistic to get somebody like that to address us, and he's going to solve us how to do it non-pharmaceutically. And most important thing, he had 10 publications in last 2 years during COVID time in USA, 80% plus improvement in insomnia, sleep disorders, and depression and acute anxiety. He's working with US government for PTSD resolution for veterans. So it's a great honor to invite and introduce Ishan Sivanand, Acharya Sivanand, Professor Sivanand. Thank you.
Let me congratulate all the organizers and the partners of the Ideal Village Conference. This is the 7th time you are doing, and you are doing in the holy city of Varanasi. You know, Ideal Village is where there is robust physical and mental health. Ideal Village is where people live in harmony. They harmony with themselves, harmony with their surroundings and the nature. I think this will be very inspiring for villages to get back to their roots, their values. You know, India is known for the Ramaraj concept, where people resolve their conflicts sitting under the banyan tree, getting together in the mood of celebration and knowing the impermanence of life and how we should make use of our time on this planet Earth to the best for oneself and for the society. Ideal village is an ancient concept, and its revival is absolutely essential today. I am glad all these organizations and organizers have come together with that same vision. Mental health is very important. You may have all amenities, but if there is no peace of mind, there is no smile on the faces of people, and they are unable to enjoy what they have with them, it's a very sad story. So we need to bring to them those tools and techniques which have been found very effective. For example, yoga, meditation, Sudarshan Kriya, all these techniques have been proven to restore our mental health, especially after the pandemic and lockdown and all that stuff. There is a huge rise in the mental health issues. The stigma around mental health is something that we need to get rid of. For that, we all have to work. Yeah? I hope in this conference you come up with some practical steps to bring the wisdom of meditation, pranayama, and all other techniques which would boost the mental health of our society. A weak body can be carried along by a strong mind, but not the other way around, right? So mental, emotional and spiritual health only can make someone really healthy. And let's hope for a better society, better living condition, and more evolved and conscious people. Namaste, Jai Hind.
So, as you know, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar is a God-realized being who has inspired millions and millions of people, hundreds of millions of people all over the world. and the programs that he had launched of Sudarshan Kriya Yoga are currently being used in at least 130 countries, as far as I know. I have been involved, we've used we call it the SKY Schools program. SKY stands for Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. And we've launched this in some of the schools in the Bay Area, and it is having a tremendous impact on children and their mental well-being. Also, there are many published articles on the use of this approach for addressing mental health needs. I've talked to, policemen in Brazil, students in Venezuela, so many other groups that have used this and have shown significant improvement. At one college in New York, in upstate New York, they had used 6 different cognitive behavioral therapies that were based, and one of those 6 was this Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. What they found that 3 of those therapies had, and this was a randomized control trial where the assessment was blind. So the people the intervention was done over a 6-week period, and then they were followed up at 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months. So 3 of those cognitive behavioral therapy approaches had no effect. They did not, alter mental health at all. Of the 3 that did have an effect, only the Sudarshan Kriya Yoga technique was the one that had a long-lasting effect. It was noted even at 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months. And the reason why that is there is a connection between our mind and our breath. The mind becomes active only when the breath is there. When if you hold your breath very quickly, your mind will clear out of thoughts. So there is a deep connection between the mental energies, the mental faculties, and the prana that we inhale. And so this Sudarshan Kriya Yoga uses the breathing in order to control the mind. So, and it's available even up to 3 years of age. So I've seen it applied, in preschools and in schools, particularly when we talk to children. They give it different names. One is the straw breath, like you take a deep breath and you're breathing out through a straw, and that helps the children to calm down. And many children have gone from aggressive, even violent behavior to pro-social behaviors, being helpful to others. It has changed them, and it's amazing to see, how this transformation happens with just a short period of training in these techniques. So with that in mind, I wanted to welcome our first speaker. This is Sri Ishan Shivanand, Acharya Ishan Shivanand, who is the founder of Yoga of Immortals. This is an app you can download and have it on your phone. And I have it on my phone already. My children also have downloaded the app, and there are many videos and things which are specific to the kinds of situations that young people may face. So this has made a huge impact, and he will share with us some of the statistics and some of the impact on those. So over to Acharya Ishan Shivanand.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Ishanji, we can hear you.
Perfect. My salutations to the panel, My salutations to all the great faculty members and pioneers of mental health that are in Banaras Hindu University right now, and my salutations to all the organizers. This is something that is extremely important and need of the hour. My interest in mental health research started long back because I was born and brought up in a monastery. I saw a lot of people that were suffering from issues that may not have seemed tangible to a lot of the population. Because when we are talking about mental health, we always have the tangible and we have the intangible. For tangible, let us assume we are looking at somebody who is on the road under the sun doing lots and lots of hard work. And if that person comes to us and says, I am stressed, we have a tangible visual of understanding that stress. But then let us assume there is a young man who has a good job, who has a good life, good wife, good children, and he's sitting in front of the computer and he has hidden mental health disorders, he has disorders that are substance abuse based disorders, and now intangibly we cannot explain that stress, nor we can explain how that stress is going to have an impact on the general economy. What is very important that we understand that the intangible effect and cost of mental health has been increasing massively since 2020 post the pandemic. In India alone, from the Lancet report, we can see that there is a 30% increase in the major depressive disorders. There is almost a 26% increase in anxiety-based disorders, and there is a 10% increase in the suicide rate. So what we can see is that from Lancet 2019-2020, around 14% of Indian population lives with some form of mental illness. And again, these are the tangible mental illness. There's a lot of the population that because of the stigmas doesn't even bring out its mental health problems. Also, what we have to understand that when we are talking about mental health issues, there are two types of interventions that can be provided. There are the institutionalized interventions that can be provided that are pharmaceutical in nature, and the trouble with that part of intervention in a country like India is that according to data, we have one mental health professional that is trained in those modalities for a population of 100,000. So a lot of the times when we are talking about providing intervention to somebody that is suffering from a mental health disorder, we have to then start thinking about interventions that are low cost to no cost, interventions that are more of behavioral modification, interventions that are preventative and promotive, and preventative medicine that is non-pharmaceutical based. So that was our objective. We wanted to study in 2019 that if there is so much of mental health disorders that are on the rise, then can we make some software based meditative modalities that are non-theological in nature that can have an impact on somebody's mental health. So the parameters that we wanted to study were the anxiety, the depression, the insomnia, and the quality of life. And this was important because according to the World Health Organization, a country like India is going to lose from 2012 to 2030 $1.03 trillion, which is the cost of tangible and intangible effects of mental health. So that is why we chose these 4 parameters, and our studies are published in peer-reviewed journals on the top psychiatric journals of the world. So you can just Google Yoga of Immortal research material and you'll see all our research parameters, all the interventions that we utilized, all the operating procedures that we have, and most beautifully the result that we wanted to measure on these 4 parameters. Why we chose anxiety is because a lot of substance abuse disorders, a lot of the youth, especially students, they are suffering from anxiety, which is one of the leading cause of burnout. And India has one of the highest burnout rates, the corporate burnout rates in the world. So we wanted to see what is the effect of meditation-based non-pharmaceutical modalities on the mental health of the person, and we found that over a period of 9 months there was a 75% decrease in generalized anxiety. We used the GAD-7 scales. The data was procured in a subjective manner, and the interventions were provided through technology. One of the most beautiful results that we also studied was that severe to moderate cases of depressive symptoms, there was a 72% reduction in those symptoms over a period of 9 months. So the interventions that were provided, as I said, they were meditative in nature. They were provided during the period of 9 months because we wanted to study the short-term acute impact and then the chronic impact of practicing these modalities. The interventions were provided in the mornings for up to 5 to 15 minutes and in the evenings for up to 5 to 15 minutes. And the quality of life, there was increase in the improvement of quality of life by 77%. But one of the data points that we were most proud of was the reduction in the insomnia patterns and the normalization of sleep and the quality of sleep, which was a massive 82%. Nowadays, we are seeing data that how the lack of sleep, lack of quality of sleep in the youth is affecting the neurological and the cardiovascular data points of our health. So sleep has become elusive, and sleep has become one of the most important measures of mental health that we can utilize to see the impact on our physiological well-being. So if the meditative interventions were provided, we saw an 82% reduction in insomnia symptoms. Now, through this data point, what we were able to understand was that whenever there is a pandemic, if we do not create preventative measures, then there is a critical point of failure. For example, when COVID happened, the medical system was overwhelmed and there was a critical failure because at many places the system was not designed in a manner to help the people who were suffering. Now, through the research and data that YOI and other esteemed organizations have done on the mental health and psychiatric model of mental well-being, what we definitely know is that non-pharmaceutical interventions that are meditative in nature are beneficial to our mental health, especially as a preventative measure, especially as a chronic care measure. Yes, you can provide pharmaceutical help as an acute measure, but we must have a chronic care program for mental health also. And if we know that anxiety, depression, and our insomnia scales can have a massive impact and deviation, then such models must be explored and provided as an extra arsenal to the physician, especially in cases that are not critical. cases that are not on moderate to severe scale, cases that are on the light side. Because if all the cases cumulatively clog the mental health systems that we have, there can be a critical failure, because as we can see, post the pandemic, everywhere we are looking at a mental health pandemic. And the benefit of software-based, non-pharmaceutical, meditative, prescriptive mental health models is that it can easily be accessed by people in institutions that are suffering from burnout. Another benefit of software-based models is that a lot of introverts are afraid or shy to seek out help or be in large groups when talking about their mental health. And through software-based models, they were able to access, and we had that data, they were able to access it in their rooms and overcome whatever issues that they were facing. Hence, I believe that right now, before the mental health pandemic becomes a little bit worse, we must make software models and implement them at an institutional level. Let the children start getting trained. In fact, we should even think about incentivizing these SOP-based mental health models for children. Because we can't just now make general statements by saying that, oh, yoga and meditation is beneficial. There is vast yoga, there is vast meditation. We have to have SOP-based models. Models that have been inspired by the native medicine technology of India, but at the same time that have been made into a standard operating procedure. Once we have those SOPs, this is something that we are trying in Western universities, and it would be phenomenal if we can have the same in Indian universities, where these SOPs can be provided as resilience training courses, which are optional, but which are incentivized through some form of credit that a student can benefit from during his academic year. If there is incentive, then students will start to explore them, and if the modality is practiced at an early age, it becomes a beautiful coping mechanism. A lot of mental health is, number one, awareness of the issue. Number two, creating a coping mechanism to deal with that issue. And number three, follow-up. Again and again, mental health is not something that we will be able to achieve even in 9 months or 12 months. Because the thing with mental health is, it is a constant lifetime follow-up process that we have to bring. So, awareness part we are trying to do, and I am very happy meetings like such are doing phenomenally. And the intervention part we are developing, researching, so that we can create such coping skills for the students. And now the follow-up part is where we will need institutional help or government help, where we can make these SOPs, these interventions available through software in a country like India, where we have to have an integrative approach, so that each system, may it be the native medicine system or may it be the Western medical system, can come together and help our country's mental health. So this was my presentation. I would like to thank all the panel and listeners from the bottom of my heart, and I hope to see we explore such non-pharmaceutical modalities, and see how they can be implemented on a national level. So thank you so very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Shanji. Let me ask you a question about what we talked about, the rural development in India and mental health. You had talked at IIT about role of your application and resilience training. Can you share your thoughts on the tangible and intangible profitability to the nation with your easy to use application at every household in India? Please comment. Did you hear my question? I don't think he's listening. No.
Could you repeat, please? I could not hear your question.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Just you had mentioned at IIT lecture about importance of rural India and mental health, which has underdiagnosed, and how can we benefit with ideal village concept and Wheels collaboration. Your suggestions on your application and use of application.
See, the best thing when it comes to mental health is first we have to have a baseline. So if we can create some software in which we can partner with institutions like NIMHANS, where we can take from them the standardized testing scales. So before the intervention is provided, a baseline data is procured. It can be a double-blind population study, after which then the intervention can be provided. And that intervention can be the one on which proper research has been done, something like YOI, where we made those SOPs, and then we gave 5 minutes SOPs for 1 week period and 30-day period, after which we have a follow-up data collection. The data collection could be optional in nature, but once we have a pre-intervention baseline collection and a post-intervention deviation is where we will have data that can be utilized afterwards to make a model that will help rural India. Because we will have to see at many places it has to be a very active model, a very dynamic model. Many times some SOPs do not work on certain population criterias, and some SOPs work better in certain social setup. So it has to be dynamic, and that is why we have to have that data collection pre and post. And once we have data for at least a year or 2 years, that can be presented to the government of India and say that, see, this is the baseline study and this is the deviation over a year's period, and we would love to implement that same pilot project or that model on a grander scale, probably with the organizations such as Wheels and Niti Aayog, where all the prestigious doctors have been making software-based clinical interventions around India. And in that, if we can capture the rural languages and then provide the mental health data collection and intervention as well, then I think we will have a model that will not just be giving the physical health, but also the most needed mental health to rural India. And we will have data points which have been missing for a long time. So that would be phenomenal for the health of the nation. So excellent question. Yes.
Ishan, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned that there are peer-reviewed papers where the research was published.
Yes, sir.
What was the location of those research projects? Where were those populations based?
Yes, sir. So when we were starting the research, we had our SOPs, we had our IRB from University of Cincinnati and John Hopkins, and then we had a interest rate of around 600, 700 people. But then COVID happened, and suddenly everybody became aware of their mental health, and our sample size grew from 600 to 21,000. That 21,000 people, out of that 7,000 were from the subcontinent, and the rest 8,000 can be from the North American subcontinent, and the rest is scattered around the world with a chunk in Africa and the UK. Out of this, 50% were males, 50% were females. We were trying to have a homogeneous data, and the bulk of the population was from 18 to 35 years of age. So we were lucky that we were able to collect data on the youth. And as I said, because we use software-based models, we were able to derive data on a global set scale. And another thing that we were able to see was the turnaround, because many times when we are doing mental health interventions, then we have people who are motivated, let us say in the first part of the study, but then as time progresses, it is very difficult to keep them motivated to actually pursue the intervention in a passionate manner. But we were able to see almost 90+% turnaround over a 9-month period, which is phenomenal. And what we were able to see were we were able to keep the young population excited about the mental health intervention, which again comes to the awareness part of mental health, that sometimes we have to make the intervention exciting so that it can be passionately pursued. Many times sorrow and anger is very passionately presented, and we had eras of the desperate lover or the angry young man. But now I think we need to create passion over an era of the passionate, joyful and happy young man, and that through awareness and these sample sizes, sir, we are trying to achieve.
Okay, and can I ask a follow-up question? Since most
Yes,
of the
sir.
participants were 18 to 35 years old, it's possible that their mental illness was not very chronic. So is there, in the, say, the older adults who have had depression for 35 years, do you have any data to show whether this works? Because I'm thinking about our rural populations in India.
Yes, sir. So of late we have started work with the palliative and hospice care centers in North America, where we have access to very old population, and although we haven't published anything as yet, but the results have been quite promising, that we are actively pursuing options to study this as well. But when it comes to palliative care, hospice care, or even when it comes to chronic pain management in the old population, or if the old population is recovering from some form of terminal disease, then it is seen that there is great cost on mental health. And if such interventions are provided, I do believe even the older population will really benefit from this. However, I would like to point out that there are two forms of interventions that are provided: theological and non-theological. And the older the population sample, the more I have seen they react better to theological interventions.
Can I ask?
And the younger population reacts much better to the non-theological interventions. So even in palliative care, we have seen if we combine the modalities with chaplain care or a program such as that one, then we have much better results. But we also have to understand the young population is the one that is becoming old, so probably we will have to modify interventions as time goes on.
Can I ask one question, Sunny?
Yes, please.
So I want to know if the interventions included the whole family as a therapy with breathing exercises or the pranayama, and are there any food interventions along with those?
I apologize, madam, I could not hear your question well. Could somebody articulate it for me, please?
Yeah, I'll just repeat the question. Dr. Chintapalli asked if the intervention includes the whole family, and does it come with some kind of food intervention as well, or nutritional change in nutritional behavior?
Yes, so the pillars of the interventions were four, madam, in which we were working on number one, body awareness. So meditative modalities that came with some form of body consciousness. And the second pillar of these meditative modalities was breath work, because breath work is a tool that has been very powerful, and it has shown to work on our sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system and neurological health, including the cardiovascular health. The third part of the intervention was intention training, where we were working on thoughts through techniques and processes like selective awareness. And the fourth was the emotion-based training. So in the emotion-based training, we were working much more on building a positive intent and restructuring how a person may process and review stimulus in life. And we were able to see that through continuous positive intent building in the youth, we were able to change how they respond and react to stimuli on many cases. So no nutraceutical intervention was provided, just interventions were provided that were having stimulation in these four criterias, which were the body, so some form of basic body movement, not hatha yoga, much more based on the Kalri-Payat martial art principles of the Indian native medicine system. Then the breath work, again the breath work that was done, it was not the hatha yoga based, it was much more based on the works of Abhinav Gupta, Kashmir Shaivism. Then the intent, and when we wanted to work on the intent again, we then studied the works of Vijnana Bhairav and Mahanirvana Tantras, where we found beautiful intent building processes that were able to communicate. And when we were working on positive emotions, that is where we took inspiration from Gorakh, Bodh and Gorakhwani, which are the ancient Shaivite saint lineage of India, and they have some beautiful, masterful mental health processes. And why this is very interesting for me, madam, is because in India, we have always given importance to mental health. One of the biggest cases of mental health is in Gita, when Arjun suffers a mental health crisis right before Mahabharata, and poor Krishna has to give a therapy session to Arjuna so that he can overcome his PTSD while on the go. So we have our first mental health professional, Krishna, and we have a mental health PTSD sufferer, Arjuna. So my job as a researcher is to try to find out what are the therapy models that Lord Krishna had utilized to help Arjun overcome his funk. So when we are able to utilize those models, we test them and then we implement them. But as I said, they are all meditation based, physical stimulation, cardiovascular stimulation, mental stimulation, and then emotional stimulation through selective awareness. Okay. So no nutraceutical model, madam. Yes.
Can I make a quick announcement? Can Ishanji stay on? Just wanted to say that we are starting a movement, and as part of the movement, Ishanji is director of our mental health for Wills Global Foundation, and we will be putting for the rural, we will be donating a tablet or a smartphone whereby villagers can get together and take advantage of his online app. And this program is under the leadership of Dr. Kansupara, who is our vice chair. And also we are giving it to universities. And on behalf of Ishanji, I'll say all the faculty and staff of BHU will have opportunity to download that app free of charge and use it. Thank you.
Okay, with those comments, I think we'll move on to our next speaker. Our speaker is Ms. Mrinalini Ravi. She already introduced herself. Sorry. Yes. No, he's going to stay for the whole, Ishanji is going to stay for the entire workshop. And so I just wanted to mention the work that Ms. Ravi and her colleagues have been doing through the Banyan, located in Chennai. They have created a mental health innovation network. And so welcome you to talk about that.
Thank you very much. We're sort of splitting the presentation. We also have a PPT, but that's open access. You can take a look at it anytime. Just to give you an overview of the population that we work with. So as many of you may know, there are 150 million Indians with mental health issues. That's 10.6% of the population. And 75% of neuropsychiatric disorders are located in low and middle income countries. And over 70% of people in our country live on $2 or less a day. So all this sort of points to the inextricable link between poverty and mental ill health, which have been spoken about quite in detail. If you look at papers by Dr. Sendil Mullainathan from Yale, or Professor John Reed, who's really looked into urban planning and schizophrenia in South Africa. So we're not talking about anxiety or depression or so-called common mental disorders. We're talking about schizophrenia and really chronic, debilitating mental illnesses, arising and sustaining as a result of poverty and overcrowded situations. And Professor Paul Farmer from Harvard, who passed on recently, has written in great detail about a phenomenon called structural violence, which means that it is passed on intergenerationally. There are certain systems that perpetuate discrimination, and certain populations that have for generations, thousands and thousands of years, have been relegated to the corner, as a result of which their mental health issues are exacerbated. Needless to say, these are women. These are, as a result of which, women with children, LGBTQIA plus communities, the so-called lower castes in India, and people of color in other countries, and sanitation workers especially. You can imagine they take to alcohol just to get rid of the smell of what they are put through, and indigenous communities who have been sort of pulled away from their local culture. And he spoke so fondly about how there are local systems and practices that we need to embrace, and we've just sort of cast them aside. And as a result of extreme urbanization or deforestation that happens, there is also acculturation that happens, and a large part of your mental health is also your culture, your society, and your ecosystem. And when that's ripped away from you, your mental health issues are going to get exacerbated. So this is just a snapshot of what we're dealing with over here, of about 150 million Indians, and a large percentage of the population coming from extremely poverty-stricken and marginalized communities with whom the Banyan works. So, I mean, our work is available on our website, so I don't want to go very much into it because we are speaking here more of from a systems and transformation, rural transformation point of view. So, just to give you a quick a snapshot, we started as a humanitarian response when we saw when our founders saw a homeless woman not much older than them. They were in college, who had been abused, sexually abused on the streets, half naked. Nobody was there to attend to her, and as a result of which these two girls started an organization called the Banyan that will be a haven for women battered women with mental health issues on the streets. It started like that, and we thought, okay, there are going to be 10, 15, 20 women in Chennai, and we ended up having 400 women in a 200 bedded facility because the demand was so high. But we stopped there because we realized that it is actually not a hospital-based facility that's important. I mean, it is one of the pieces of the puzzle, but what is really important is changing the system, which is when we introduced a program called Nalam and started working with panchayats. So I'll ask Anbu to speak about our work with panchayats and how the Nalam program came about, and also who Nalam workers are, because that also leads to rural empowerment and employment.
So first let's have a quick reality check. Even Ishad, he spoke about spirit and stuff. So, and we are in Kashi. So just check your chairs. How many of you are there? I mean, is it just you or somebody else? How many of you? Just one? Alone?
7 trillion cells.
Oh, okay.
7 trillion cells.
7 trillion cells, okay.
57.
57. And you?
I am here.
Okay.
Most of me is here.
So most of you, just put up your hands, like how many? You're? One. You're 5? One. Everybody is one. Huh? Okay. So what if I say we are 3 in this here? There are 3 entities. So how would you look at it? Yes. So there's a physical, psychological and social, right? There's a social body also. That's what is making us sit here. Maybe our psychological body wants to do something else. Physical body wants some other comfort, right? So there is a huge gap and there's a whole mismatch, right? So we have the urban-rural divide, there's a rich-poor divide. So when you make a matrix of that, so there is a huge gap where nobody is working, right? And that is where the destitutes come. And the destitutes are something like the miner's canary bird. See, when he goes down, if you take care of the canary, because it's a very fragile thing, it's very vulnerable. So if the canary is disturbed, is in distress, and you are aware of it, then you'll take care of that. And because you're taking care of it, and its metabolic need is much higher than us. So if you take care of it, you're preventing getting into trouble, right? Your oxygen needs is little less than its need. So something like that, people, vulnerable people, whoever they are, like she said, whether it's women, whether it's children, whether it's LGBTQ, whether it's people of color, whatever, they are like the canary birds. So if you look after them, and rural, of course, we must, because the rural divide is a huge thing, and it's welcome that we are talking about it. So in Hindi, they say, Bharat apne gaon mein rehta hai, aur gaon pichde hain. That means we are pichde, if it's a minority, like 20% maybe in the thing. So what do we do here? So one of the technologies that we have used, in the morning we were listening to all modern technology, and even he was saying softwares and SOPs and all that. But one of the important technologies the WHO has recommended is the community workers technology, the human technology. So see, this is the 80-20 rule. So 80% of your health needs, whether physical, mental, and even social needs, can be fulfilled within the community. 20% will need to be escalated to the next level. So therefore, we look at a 3-level model. So there's the primary prevention, we totally prevent the illness. He was also talking about how to prevent illness at whatever level, the physical and yoga, of course, today it is coming in a lot, and he was talking about depression and anxiety. From a mindfulness perspective, being in the past is depression, results, and living in the future is anxiety. So there are all kinds of rubrics and protocols for that. But looking at this system of preventing at the primary level, early detection at the secondary level, and then tertiary care like what Banyan used to provide exclusively. But now we have integrated it. So we have a whole sort of womb to tomb kind of care and using a lot of appropriate technology. So out in the community, you have the Nalam workers. Nalam in Tamil means wellness. So if you can take care of them in the community before any kind of illness, whether physical or mental, already the government has multipurpose workers, but mostly they work in the physical domain and certain selected domains, especially reproduction, right? And malaria and stuff like that. But we need to integrate much more, and we need to integrate mental health needs. And it's very easy because having a professional, whether it's a social worker or a psychologist, occupational therapist, psychiatrist, it's much more expensive. And a lot of time you don't need their inputs for the 80%. So if you train a lot of foot soldiers, so they can filter out a lot of cases which are clogging your higher level specialists, right? Who are kind of investing the time in, they have to do all the screening and a lot of things which they could have done at a lower level. So each level, this is the thing. So we have the Nalam Nalam worker who works in the community. We also have the kind of support PAs, personal assistants, who work in our institutions or in our this thing. And now for those who are, who are unable to have any exit plan to go back to the community, so we have devised a kind of formed families, chosen families, foster families, whatever you want to call it. And there are 3 levels. So this is the kind of thing we have. Now coming to think of, whether it's starvation, malnutrition, or mental disorders, today we have so much of surplus nutrition and surplus of mental health technologies, whether engineered, computer-based, digital, or this kind of thing, or even ancient technologies, Vigyan Bhairav or yoga and stuff, Patanjali and all that. We have so much, and yet there is so much suffering, there's so much deficit, there's so much of conflict and all that. So what is the key? So one of the things that we have to do is, when we talk about reaching the services, it is not only creating the foot soldiers there, whom we train, yes, but what is the system they have within themselves? So that's again something that has been broken up. So the Gram Panchayat and stuff like that. So in a democracy, we have representative, right? The parliament and the state assembly and your corporation, municipals and all that. But what about street level? So we need to integrate that. So you have a street level parliament, that is the street takes, and you have a cabinet represented by ministers from each house. So all things like health, mental health, education, employment, everything is taken care of, and environment, everything, so that's the integrated models where it starts from the community. Yes, there is requirement, as he said, for medical or non-medical higher kind of interventions. But what about the 80% that can be done at the local level? So if we have more, like sort of carpet bagging, no, not carpet, what do I mean? What is that? Carpet bombing. I mean carpet bombing. Like carpet bombing democratic processes where people can take health into their hands. A lot of things can be done there. So that's probably what I'm looking at. So we have also taken up user survivors who have now become service providers. I think
we have some.
Yeah, so we can share that. So very celebrated, two of our clients who happen to be sisters, once they recovered, they went back to their place and they said, see, for our follow-ups, we have to come all the way there. But we were lucky we blundered into your place. But what about many others? So at a preventive level, so they started organizing a community center there. And slowly we kind of integrated the home again system there. So now they are in charge of 12, 13 houses in Trichy. And now right across the country, we have 2 important kind of projects. So one is in Tamil Nadu about 13 districts. You have 20 beds in each district for destitute mentally ill people. See, she was talking about the history. The first patient who was found, our founder, she admitted them in a government hospital, and she was again out. When she went for a follow, the lady was out. So she rescued her from the street. She took her to a private organization. Again, she was out in the street. So we knew that these people need very, very integrated kind of a care because they have to start from scratch. But what we learned over the last 30 years is that everybody at some level is vulnerable because over a period of time we have found IIT professors. I don't, we don't want to mention the name, but it actually was. You'd be surprised, PhD scholars who are on the roads, destitute, right? You can't get more than that, right? So that sort of thing. So any of us is vulnerable. It just takes that little thing, and and we don't have an integrated system, right? So the mental health care is not a safety net which is everywhere. Mostly it's in the cities and in the better parts of the cities and in the better class cities, right? And the kind of quality, so this kind of audit and all that has to happen. So we have looked at that system. So 20 beds at least will be there in each district. So that would be a modicum. And so that's called the Emergency Care and Recovery Center, where we look at an integrated model, not just medical, biological, but integrated with all. And we do use a lot of traditional methods, but with riders and checks and balances. We've worked with healers, traditional healers. We've worked with alternative systems. We've worked with expressive art therapy, which in India, needless to say, we just don't know to apply it, or we don't even know that we are applying it. So if we quantify that, so we have a whole body of psychosocial interventions and even medicines. So a lot of our people do not even know that the difference between a brand name and the actual name. Most of them don't know the actual name, and they don't know the measures. They would say, Vella Matra, Safed Goli, Bhuri Wali, Lal Wali. So I'm sorry to say, a lot of the professionals are taking advantage of it. So you'll see a prescription which is like a shopping list thing, and there'll be 2 or 3 of the same medicine in different brands. So all that, and unnecessary and all that. So when people have to be educated, so if you have a self-help group, so which we have created from our user survivors, so that when they are empowered, and we have integrated that with our social workers who are, we have a more transdisciplinary approach. So there'll be times where I would say, should we stop the medicines? And the patient might pipe up, so I don't want to. Or the social worker or the community worker. So we have a integrated approach like that. So, and it's a transdisciplinary approach where it's not a interdisciplinary or a multidisciplinary approach. It's not your discipline, it's what that person requires. So sometimes I might be advocating for them to be discharged, somebody else might, so that kind of a thing. And we are looking at reducing custodial care, right, and getting integration. So a lot of wounded healers and a lot of caregivers are trained, so their experience speaks a lot. They're part of the policy and they're part of the research. So these are some of the things that I want to just highlight, and people can talk further. And
thank you, Dr. Ambu. Beautiful presentation, and I'm so glad you guys are addressing the issue in Tamil Nadu, and I'm sure in other states too.
It's now spreading. Initially, we didn't want to go beyond Chennai. Yes. Then we came to Trichy because those 2 ladies. And then it's just, because the need is so great. Just like she said, in Chennai it became 400. Now, I don't know, all over India and even outside India.
Because it is a banyan tree, it is going to...
Yes. So it was actually wrong of Vandana to call it banyan. Because she said we'll only have it in Chennai, and she called it banyan. So then it went out of her control. She always wanted it only in that small space.
So if I make observation that what you talked about is you guys are bringing awareness to the population.
Yes.
And you are at the ground level, which is very important. And what I would like to share with you, what Dr. Anand and we have seen in America is a proliferation of mental health disorders. In spite of having technology, it is increasing. Between COVID time, 2019 and now, it has increased by 50% in all sets of life. What we are concerned about, it is, as you mentioned, it's for every professional age group. we have a lot of burnout in USA. So what we wanted to implement through Ideal Village concept and Village Global Foundation is to bring the technology driven what you are doing togetherness in different languages. So one of the things what we have started is a talking tutorial which will tie to awareness. What I wanted to just add on, that we can have the example of symptoms, what is acute anxiety, what is chronic anxiety, what is depression, etc. to awareness, and then bring togetherness at the time of, and then what Ishan is doing is like PTSD. If you are in the gun battle and suddenly you have to pull the trigger, how do you become like Arjun? So I think both of them are complementary to each other. So we really appreciate what you guys are doing. And also I wanted to have Dr. Anand, and I will demonstrate some of the things, how do you tackle. If I may say, when as a cardiologist, what Dr. Shah and I do, most of our patients are not taught correct breathing technique. And correct breathing technique is relaxation. So if, for medical student is very important. When you take a deep breath, is your stomach supposed to come out or stomach supposed to get inside? So that is very basic importance, and how you hold the breath. I think for acute anxiety relaxation, that is very important. And if we try to teach this to our younger students at age 5, they'll be aware of there's no need to get stressed out. And I think coping stress is very important, and I admire you guys what you're doing at the grassroots, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And hopefully we can have more and more people, even students, start taking active role and try to cope up your own stress. Thank you.
I want to make a comment about the vulnerable population. So we comment about women, children, LGBTQIA, and all sorts of people, but one of the populations which has come up to be very vulnerable in India in the NCRB data report in 2021 is the male population. 72.59 suicidal deaths were by men in 1 year in India. And so we need to now look at men also as canaries.
Yes.
I think we are, coming to see a topography of interventions, all of which can work together to help, deal with this huge situation. And certainly the sort of app-based yoga of immortals, can help with some of the mild to moderate disorders like anxiety or early depression. But some of the more advanced forms of mental illness, schizophrenia being a classic example, may need greater intervention, which is transdisciplinary, which is not simply breathe yourself out of your schizophrenia. Let's do something else. And so I think there is a need. The model that you've outlined, to me, appears more scalable because you have it down from the street level, to the community level, to a secondary level. And it doesn't matter whether they have electricity or internet access or not, or whether they have a smartphone or not. Even though this kind of online access has increased in villages, for the most part, a lot of villagers don't have access. Some of the remote villagers, they just can't afford a smartphone or even a phone. So basically, I think, putting this into place, having access to apps, but then being able to filter out the less severe. So by the way, if I could make one diagnostic observation, Arjuna didn't suffer from PTSD.
No.
Anxiety.
I think he
I have my poster
acute anxiety,
on that downstairs.
Probably an acute anxiety disorder or a panic attack. Because but we can argue.
He wasn't yet traumatized.
He wasn't yet traumatized.
He was not traumatized.
I can give you my perspective, what according to some of the gurus have taught, because before
war happened, he had a lot of mental, because he didn't want to go to war. And that's why you can look at both perspectives. He had acute anxiety, but it was precursor was post-traumatic syndrome of 13 years. And then how his wife was traumatized. So, you can look at perspective. What Vyas is saying is a perspective of the individual.
On a lighter note, when I mentioned Arjuna, I would like to repeat that I will give you 3 cases of mental health issue leading to something beautiful. The first mental health issue is of Arjuna that we did discuss about, and how Lord Krishna gave him the intervention. And I'm sure the intervention that was provided must have been quite good and powerful, because he was able to do his duty. The second issue can also be, we can look at Ramayana. And in Ramayana also, when Lord Ram was suffering through nihilism, in which he did not understand why the objectivity of life itself, then we have a well documented mental health intervention under the name of Yoga Vashisht, where Maharshi Vashisht gave some form of cognitive behavioral therapy in that situation that really helped. And the third and the last example that I can give is of Buddha, where he himself had some form of mental health breakdown when he visited out of his palace, and he saw a sick man, dying man, and a man in pain. And that also led him to explore non-pharmaceutical modalities to help in life. So what I'm trying to say by these examples is, number one, these examples help us remove the stigma out of issues, especially for rural population, that sometimes is very much imbibed in theology. The second reason why I gave these examples is that in each time there's a mental health issue, and a non-pharmaceutical intervention is leading to a beautiful form of healing that is not just healing to the sufferer itself, but poetry to the person who is witnessing itself. And all these 3 forms of interventions are different, which means that there is a plethora of non-pharmaceutical interventions that still need to be explored and executed. So I apologize if I misdiagnosed Arjuna, but I definitely feel that I have diagnosed the intervention and solution in a much better manner, because I do believe and hopeful that Indian native medicine has a lot of answers for the mental health pandemic the world is suffering from. So yes, thank you.
The mental health, how many of you know what mental health is? We are talking about mental health disorders without really understanding what really the mental health is.
Dr. Shahji, yes,
Hold on.
It is all relationships and self.
And connection to society.
The issue most of the time that comes is our response to any event.
That's right.
Response to whether it is external event or internal event, your emotions, thoughts, etc. If that response is appropriate, for example, if you hear a fire alarm and everybody runs, that's appropriate response. But if everybody is sitting quietly and suddenly somebody gets up and says, oh my God, there's a fire and there's nothing, and runs, that's not normal response. Likewise, if somebody, your loved one dies and you feel sad, that's a normal response. That's not mental derangement. But if nothing has happened and you're suddenly feeling down the drain and this, so your response to the event is what its external manifestation, which is in the form of anxiety, rage, anger, etc., or internal response, you just feel depressed down there, you want to commit suicide, you want to leave. Those abnormal response is the mental derangement. And that's what we are talking about, how to manipulate, how to modify your response to the event appropriately. That can be done non-pharmacologically by breathing technique, yoga, meditation, or whatever you want to say, or by external treatment, by, like as Dr. Anand said, if somebody is schizophrenic and out to hurt people or kill, well, you have to respond appropriately for that. And that's what we whole thing's talking about. And both modality, which Ms. Ravi as well as Dr. Dorai mentioned, which is amazing. That's a great model. It can work hands-on and it's effective. But to do that at every street or every town may or may not be, if it can be done, that's great. May or may not be possible, then I think we can reach out using the digital media. And as Dr. Anand said, not everybody can afford the smartphone or cell phone at the village level. And that's what we as a group can think about how to reach them. From the Wills Global perspective, what we have done is we can't give cell phone in everybody's hand, but we can create a telephone booth so everybody can go and use. So likewise, we give a village, we give a smartphone or tablet, which can be used by many. So there are many different ways we can do. But what this panel brought to you is different ways of looking at it and solving the problem. The problem is real. As physical illness is easy to diagnose. Oh, I have a pain. You go to the doctor. I have fever. I want to go to the doctor. Take care. But the mental illness is not. So thank you. So that's my take on mental health disorders and its management.
I have a question from the audience. The young man, yeah? Yeah, use the mic in front.
Hello.
Turn it on. You turn it on.
Is it on, sir? Okay.
Yeah.
Namaskaram, sir, everyone. Sir, my question and observation is that my thoughts are in Hindi, so I will express it in Hindi. Dr.
हिंदी में बोलिए.
ईशान भैया, मैं आपसे ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि सर आपने बहुत अच्छी चीज़ें मैंने बताई कि अर्जुना का जो इशू था, रामायण में जो इशू था, ये सारी चीज़ें. तो मैं जब गांव में रहता हूँ तो मेरी नानी दादी ये लोग जो बैठते हैं तो बहुत ही मुश्किल हो जाता है कन्विंस करना ये स्टिग्मा, उन्हें बताना स्ट्रेस क्या है, एंग्जाइटी कब है, डिप्रेशन कब है. तो ये अब मेरे पास आइडिया है कि मैं इससे रिलेट करके उन्हें बता सकता हूँ. सर ने कहा, आनंद सर ने कहा कि रूरल पॉपुलेशन जो है वहाँ तक मोबाइल फ़ोन्स नहीं है, टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, तो वो कैसे डील आउट कर सकते हैं. तो कोविड टाइम में मैंने सोचा और मतलब ये हमने इंटरवेंशंस भी दिया था कि हम रेडियो के थ्रू उन पे पहुँचे और एक सर्टेन टाइम अमाउंट कर दे कि जो योगा फॉर इमोर्टल्स पे जो ऑडियोज़ हैं जो एंग्जाइटी डिप्रेशन को डील आउट कर रहे हैं, स्ट्रेस को, मेडिटेशन थेरेपीज़ जो हैं, इंटरवेंशन, नॉन फार्मास्यूटिकल इंटरवेंशन, तो हम वहाँ पे वो फ्री आउट रीच कर सकते हैं कि एक सर्टेन टाइम लिमिट कर दें कि वो उस लेवल पे रीच हो कि 5 से 6 बजे से 6-15 मिनट पे ये चलेगा, रीच आउट हो एंड प्रोवाइड सम टोल फ्री नंबर कि फर्दर इंटरवेंशन एंड फॉलोअप के लिए हम उसको कैच आउट कर सकें. तो ये मेरा सजेशन था. और एक और रिक्वेस्ट है कि सर आपकी जो ये नॉन फार्मास्यूटिकल इंटरवेंशन है ये लो कॉस्ट तो है, बट व्हेन इट विल बिकम नो कॉस्ट, जो ड्रग्स अवेलेबल है वो मेरे पूरे सिस्टम में अवेलेबल, मेरे इन्वायरमेंट पे अवेलेबल है. मेरे बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स हैं जो गांव में रहते हैं, उनके पास मोबाइल तो नहीं है लेकिन ड्रग्स सामने हैं, गांजा, वो सारी चीज़ें हैं सामने. मैं कैसे डील आउट करूं? अब स्टिग्मा पे काम करने के लिए वो सब कहते हैं कि अर्जुन जैसा बनना है, वो आँख पे निशाना लगाना है वो तीर के. बट मैं उनको अभी ये एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूँ कि इसके थ्रू ये सारी प्रॉब्लम्स तो हैं, बट उनके सॉल्यूशंस के लिए मुझे लगता है कि लो कॉस्ट को नो कॉस्ट की तरफ बढ़ाना चाहिए. ये मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है कि इस पे भी थोड़ी चर्चा हो. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
So, very good point. No question. So, disseminating this knowledge to the rural populations is going to be very important through radio, obviously, but also by, simply painting the walls of the Anganwadi, or putting, public service messages out there, which are very simple, easy to understand, and concrete, so that, feelings, depression or anxiety, explaining that in the local language, in local terms, that would be a very important thing. Yeah.
दूसरा
Just one second.
Okay, so here, I can't speak Hindi very well, but I've understood your question. And what I wanted to say was that in order for us to do all this, first the mental health pedagogy has to change, because we are right now in a university with syllabi of psychology and social work that are at least 50, 60 years old. And most of these theories have been debunked, and that you would see in our presentation. We don't have any inputs from people who have experienced mental health issues about how to treat mental health conditions. And you will see thousands of papers in peer-reviewed journals of participatory approaches and testimonials of people who've experienced mental health conditions, and what they ultimately want is recognition of the fact that they have overcome something quite terrible. Acceptance from society, and largely what really works in terms of sustained well-being is employment. How many of us is willing to employ people with a mental health issue? How many of us is willing? So we have Jacqueline and Amelie. I have the comic books with me, so we are trying different forms of pedagogy. So why is it that it has to be a textbook? It can be a comic book, right? It is very accessible, and we're going to translate it in Hindi. So if we want messages in Anganwadis, messages in DMH, in hospitals, PHCs, first the professionals who are treating people with mental health conditions have to be trained in such a way that they completely are in cognizance of the local context and are in acceptance of the local need. Without that, and without creating that cadre of mental health professionals who are multidisciplinary. So I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a social worker, I'm not an occupational, I'm a mental health professional, and this is my job, and end to end, womb to tomb, and towards, for the rest of my life I will feel supported. That's what people want. So trainings will have to be customized in such a way that you are not sticking to your own silos, and you are actually focusing on the person and not on your discipline. So that's what I wanted to say.
बहुत अच्छा आपने बोला. तो I will tell you on behalf of ईशान जी जो क्या हो रहा है. एक तो पहले उन्होंने बुक भी बनाई है पर बच्चों के लिए जो मेंटल हेल्थ डिसऑर्डर होते हैं, जिस तरह इन्होंने बताया वूम से टूम तक, बट सबसे ज़्यादा होता है बिफोर द गर्भावस्था एंड टिल एज 8. सबसे ज़्यादा पहले 1000 डेज में होता है, बट हम 8 साल तक, 6 से 8 साल तक जाते हैं. आपने जो बताया तो उसका प्रयोजन क्या है कि प्रिवेंट करोगे मेंटल हेल्थ, तो ओनली आनंद साहब ने बताया स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया जो थोड़े डिजीज़ है वही रह जाएंगे. ज़्यादातर तो खुद के बनाए हुए स्ट्रेस, स्टिग्मा आपको बोला वो निकालना चाहिए. तो अवेयरनेस टू ग्राउंड लेवल इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो विल से सरकार से IIT के साथ हम ये जो मानसिक अवस्था का है उसका टॉकिंग ट्यूटोरियल बना रहे हैं. तो इसलिए सिम्टम क्या है, अवेयरनेस क्या है, एक्सेप्टेंस कैसे है. तो जिस तरह ईशान जी ने बताया एंड बाबा जी ने बताया था कि देखो तुम्हारे देश में तुम्हारी व्यक्तित्व में बोलोगे तो लोग समझेंगे. अभी आपने जिस तरह रामायण की बात की उसी तरह बच्चों को स्टोरी टेलिंग में बताए जाएंगे और हंसाते रहेंगे. तो उन्होंने सरस्वती विद्या भी सीखी है. तो आई वुड लाइक यू टू विजिट हिज वेबसाइट एंड वी ट्राई टू इनकॉर्पोरेट मेडिकल साइंस. जब तक साइंटिफिक प्रक्रिया नहीं होगी तो लोग मानेंगे नहीं. गांव वाले तो मानेंगे पर अंधश्रद्धा भी निकालनी है ना. तो इसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है सबका साथ सबका विकास. जो आप कर रहे हो बहुत ही ज़रूरी है. इसके साथ पे सब्सटेंस अब्यूज़ क्यों होता है तो उसका भी अवेयरनेस हमको लाना है गाँव में कि कितने लोग दारू पीते हैं, कितने घर में उनकी माँ को मारते हैं, बहन को मारते हैं. जब तक उनको जो देखेंगे वो करने की क्षमता रखेंगे, उसमें ट्रॉमा हो जाती है. तो ये सब हमको ग्राउंड लेवल पे सुधारना है. सो वी आर इन प्रोसेस विद आपके सहकार से हमको ये सब एप्लीकेशन बनानी है. आनंद जी और शाह जी ने बताया कि डिजिटाइजिंग करेंगे तो स्केलिंग बढ़ जाएगी, पूरे हम विश्व में जा सकें, खाली इंडिया में नहीं. ये पूरी दुनिया का प्रॉब्लम है. एंड व्हाट वी आर कंसर्न एज ए एजुकेटर is for the you guys and younger, our faculty people. We are getting burnout. Medical profession, we are highest burnout in USA. Medical students have so much debt. I was talking to IIT Mumbai and I heard from them, they were accepted, they are the brightest people and they already had burnout and stress. So ये सब निकालना है stress. So we want to do the development of acute reaction and the chronic. Prevention ही करना है. So this is what we want to do the technologies. So बहुत अच्छा question पूछे. Thank you.
And I just want to add, we are looking at all the symptoms and treating up on the top. It is a dyadic approach because, the cause for most of these is some subtle trauma or not connecting the networks because parents didn't do something. There are there is some form of maternal depression which is beyond 70%. So we have to really approach from preventive point of view in a dyadic approach through local, in their inhabiting place, by training teachers or who are basic level Anganwadi workers to do certain things with these infants as they are being raised. So at least for the future generation, we have strong networks that are not going to succumb. If you have a strong basic foundation of the primary networks, the secondary networks are not going to succumb. Now that we have the problem, it is not one. You know, with the COVID, I'll tell you something. I've retired, but I did telemedicine. People call me for the constipation. When I look at the history, there is anxiety. Then there is ADHD. Then I know certainly either this girl was molested, it is not a constipation from today, it is a psychosomatic disorder that started. Unless I have my own tools at the time of the visit to counsel, to heal that heart, I have nothing. And it is true that unless you have a declaration for yourself to build your self-confidence, that you are born different than an animal, that you are capable of changing your pattern of thinking, that doesn't concept to help themselves doesn't happen, because we are the only ones in the whole creation who can change from mammalian, reptilian to the superior divine. So we have to remove that helplessness, hopelessness, to unhooking them from the trauma. And it can be done subtly, it can never be confrontational. And then it is through stories and through examples how a negative thinking can be redirected to positive thinking. And then along with the yoga and meditation, but I can also tell you, I took this grandmother's Manjari Kashayam and I looked at each ingredient in it, whether it is turmeric, whether it is adrak, whether it is black peppercorns, whether it is cloves, whether it is, cardamoms, and then add ashwagandha, add bilva leaves, add the thumi leaves and all those. They are relaxing the internal mind and increases the blood flow. When your Ritalin is working, your methylphenidate hydrochloride, it is increasing the blood flow. Chicago study. That's how it connects to the frontal lobe, prefrontal cortex. Unless you use multi-approach, it's not going to work. You have to handle the triangle from basic education, early intervention, your food, and family correction. If family is not corrected, that's going to work.
Sure.
Sir, me? Oh, thank you for the opportunity, sir. So my question is, the perspective that I'm talking from is youths. So, like you all said that like the remote villages do not have phone, but according to me, there has been huge penetration of smartphones in village as well. You might not have toilets, but you have access to a smartphone in today's world. So, keeping this scenario in mind, I have two questions. The first question is that very often people use depression, anxiety, such words for minor inconveniences, and which I think is a huge problem. I would like to know your perspective on the same, because it is in a way belittling a very huge problem that is present in the society. The second thing that I would really like to point out here is that if we talk about smartphone penetration, so if you see the algorithm of social media sites, so what happens is that if you see a sad post, then you continuously get to see more sad posts, which in a way reaffirms the feeling that a person has, and which I think leads to a toxic loop. So in a way, the digital thing that we're talking about, how are we going to tackle such problems that that Instagram or other social media sites are using?
Very good question. So if I may say, you people are the masters of social media, and बहुत अच्छा question पूछे तो first is कभी हम उनको mental health disorder करना है. पहले don't overstate that, because as Dr. Shah stated, most of the time is acute reaction. Transient reaction is not anxiety or depression. तो पहले तो इसकी ज़रूरत कि हमको स्कूल में ये पढ़ाना चाहिए, सिम्टम्स ऑफ अवेयरनेस वो आपको भी नहीं पढ़ाते. एवरी स्कूल शुड हैव बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ, बिकॉज as Minaji mentioned, psychosomatic disorders are the precursor of all the chronic care disease. So हमको ये बच्चों को पढ़ाना है अच्छी तरह से कि तुम्हारी मानसिक अवस्था कैसे है. Also you need to change your lifestyle because behavior has lot to do with your sleep pattern. और आप most of you study till late at night at 2:30, so you all your sleep pattern changes, your diurnal variation changes, it affects your hormone. So once your pituitary axis changes, it's going to affect. So ये सब बहुत ज़रूरी है कि तुम ही करता तुम ही भोगता. तो you need to understand how do you cope up with this and how do you change your behavior. आप जितना socialize करोगे हंसते रहोगे उतना anxiety नहीं होने वाली. And you need to cope it out. Just जिस तरह सनी आनंद जी ने कल सिखाया था words of living, तो उसमें one is connection and interconnectivity, intergenerosity. So it's very important to share this knowledge, which I think is, in my opinion, we have started introducing this to primary school in USA. Sexual offense क्या होता है, mental depression क्या, acceptance is there now. Still we have not enough provider. US पे तो I mean not enough psychiatrists, but India में तो only 3, right? 3 per 100,000. So you need to improve the accessibility, availability, and awareness.
I thought I would take. Yeah, please respond.
So one for his thing. आप मतलब कह रहे थे कैसे सब जगह फैले, और आप बोल रहे थे एक छोटा सा 1 घंटे का कुछ करते हैं, पर इससे ज़्यादा है. मतलब कम्युनिटी रेडियो कॉन्सेप्ट है, तो वो ला सकते हैं, उसमें प्रोग्राम्स कर सकते हैं. दूसरा उनका जो प्रश्न था, मतलब ये लेबलिंग तो एक तरफ, but that will come only when you have more awareness, right? A kind of imbalanced awareness. You know the term, but you don't know the importance or the criteria and all that. So how we can help is through a community radio where you have regular round the clock and bring it to the community. It's not us talking down. They have to, like she was talking about, use lived experiences. Someone has gone through it, and when they talk and to their community. And one more thing is, suppose you have a primary health center. So for our centers, we are an NGO. So people come, you said no cost. मतलब उनको मतलब गवर्नमेंट में जबकि मुफ्त मिल रहा है, फिर भी वो इतनी दूर, मतलब और थोड़ा पैसा खर्च करके यहाँ आ रहे हैं. यहाँ भी मुफ्त में मिल रहा है, लेकिन इतनी दूर क्यों आ रहे हैं? जब उनका घर मतलब दीवार से सटा हुआ है, IMH के दीवार से सटा हुआ है, उतनी दूर बस पकड़ के पैदल चल के आ रहे हैं. क्यों? Because they get that other thing. There's much more participation, stakeholding, है ना? उनको एक अस्तित्व मिलता है वहाँ. They get a proper listening. It's a graded thing. तो उनसे the community worker speaks, then the social worker speaks, then and we have a group work. We have circle time where they all discuss. जैसे आप अपना क्या कहते हैं वो चबूतरा किस पे बैठते हैं ना, तो बरगद के चौपाल के नीचे जैसे बैठ के, तो that happens. And we are using things like book discussions, like तो लाइब्रेरी क्रिएट कर रहे हैं हम लोग, जहाँ मतलब जहाँ भी रूरल वहाँ जाते हैं, we create libraries and we create a twin library system. एक आधा होता है वो पूरा जैसे बुक बंदर है, बुक बंदरगाह है, मतलब वहाँ खुला है. You can take the book, go, leave it, not bring it back, no fine, nothing, no questions. It's open 24 hours. तो जो night duty वाला आएगा वो सुबह आएगा, all that. The other will be closed thing. But all of it is, as you said, not low cost but no cost. But the government has to do. So if we have created a system where people access us, so if the government's primary health center becomes integrated like that, and there's more stakeholding, there's more transparency, there's more empowerment of the users. It is not doctor driven, it's not administrator driven, but it's user driven. अंत में उन्हीं को सुई लग रहा है, उन्हीं को side effects हो रहे हैं. तो that has to come, and how we share the information. Lot of professionals, whether it is psychologists or psychiatrists, मैं उन दोनों के साथ काम करता हूँ, social workers, and even community workers, जिनको 3 दिन का ज्ञान क्या मिल गया, they become a little, they get it. तो कहते ये लोग ऐसे ही हैं, कहाँ से पता नहीं क्या क्या पढ़ के आ जाते हैं. अरे वो पढ़ के तो आए हैं, तो you talk to them, you engage with them. So that's an opportunity, whereas they take it as a threat. अच्छा मैं डॉक्टर हूँ कि तुम हो, मैं साइकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ कि तुम हो, that sort of thing. So we have to bring a lot of ownership. And as far as Tamil Nadu, as she said, people have phones, so we don't have to. But a place like Maharashtra, I'm amazed, just 2 hours from Bombay, it's totally tribal. We work with indigenous people. Even in Chennai there are, but the Tamil Nadu indigenous and the Maharashtra indigenous is very different. The kind of backwardness, the kind of deprivation is much severe. And we had to facilitate phones for them. So a lot of things are possible, like Sir was saying. Movies, discussion. See, books, not just give them books and read, but you have to have a conversation around the book. So this, what she said about digital overuse and all that, you have to have digital literacy. So just like Sir was talking about emotional intelligence, so we have life skills training. So मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, technology बहुत है, both technical technology and human technology. But how do we reach it to the last mile? अभी हम लोग जैसे वो यहाँ बैठे हैं, वो तो काफी पढ़े लिखे हैं, फिर भी उनको मतलब अंग्रेजी शायद समझ आ रहा है, लेकिन उनको व्यक्त करने में बाधा है ना? So that's the barrier also, that the soft barrier, the glass ceiling that we have.
Sir, I wanted to add 2 quick points. One, Ms. Mrinalini told about employing the mentally, survivors of mental disorders. Second is, how do we get them married? वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा problem है. Social stigma, where even in educated families, in my close relation, I found one girl who had depressive episode, and the लड़के वालों ने मना कर दिया कि ये तो लड़की को depression था, हम इसको शादी नहीं करेंगे. Second point.
There are many social implications of mental illness. We can't focus on.
No, please, one more point. Psychology is now focusing on phenomenological researches more than empirical researches to take into account the lived experiences. Yeah. Because earlier when we were doing only empirical researches, only 12% of the affected population was getting involved. Now with phenomenological researches, we are involving 78% of people who are affected. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So I'd like to take the last few minutes to have Mrinalini share her presentation, which was not available up until, or we weren't aware that this, so give her a chance to outline, what she has prepared, and then we will bring this to a close. We'll have some conversations for those who want to stay. Others may want food for stomach rather than food for thought. So let's go ahead and do that.
Sorry. Okay. Much of what I spoke, I have presented, but just to give you an idea. Yeah. So the empirical data has been presented of 150 million people, low-income household, poverty and structural violence and neighborhood deprivations. And the mental health budget, which is woeful, it's 0.08% of 1.3%, which is really nothing. And dialogue and inclusion of persons with mental health issues are really not present, and it still continues to be biomedical. The roadmaps that we really talked about were public-private partnerships, and we wanted to just highlight ours very quickly, whether it's homeless shelters that we run with the municipality where psychosocial services are offered, or exit options for people stuck in mental hospitals, incarcerated, because they don't have exit options, and the Home Again program that we've developed that has been adopted by the World Health Organization as a best practice. Similarly, and now panchayats have adopted it and are running it with their own funds, with just our specialist inputs. And then the government of Maharashtra, again, with Thane and Ratnagiri Mental Hospital, we have exited patients out of there. Oopsie. And then the last part was the mental health pedagogy that I talked about, where the non-tech workforce has to be, brought up. And without that, we're just not going to be able to bridge we're going to need about 100 years to bridge the treatment gap if we don't get a non-tech workforce. And mental health professionals have to be well-rounded and not just stuck to their own silos, and it has to be a whole person, whole life, understanding social and local realities approach. It is just not textbook learning is out, it's done. So, and of course, integrating people with lived experiences as teachers, as leaders, as program managers, as policy advocates, and as researchers, which we have demonstrated is imminently possible. Even if you're not literate, you can be a researcher. So, and then our peer groups, and Amelie and Jacqueline are peer leaders who have severe schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, who now run a program in Trichy for 40 women with mental health issues. So we've done it into a comic book so everybody can read it. So, well, yeah, that's me, that's
So
it.
some of them have become service providers like them, some have become researchers, and some have even got into policy and advocacy.
Yeah.
So one of the things, not exactly directly related to the Banyan, but talking of rural transformation, ideal villages, there's this book about inner level. So it talks about not just schizophrenia, but the whole mental health spectrum. If you take it like a rainbow, starting from development disorders, which Madam was talking a lot about, and then sexual identity, then you talk of personality disorders, and vagera, 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 until organic brain syndrome. If you take all of them, the income discrepancy, whatever the pathology, whatever the level of the pathology, whatever, it may not be a pathology, it may be a life issue, adjustment issue, or it might be a whatever, whichever countries have higher income discrepancy, there these pathologies have a much more, dangerous thing. So we need to look at income discrepancy. How do you reduce that?
And then we have a comment from Dr. Tandon, Dr. Nandini Tandon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anand. What an exceptionally important panel. I had a quick question. I was thinking what Dr. Shah aap keh rahe the that it's a question of not reacting appropriately to a situation. So obviously there are two cohorts of people, one who are not reacting because there's something coming from within, and the other that have been treated badly, and because of which, as she was saying, then there's this carrying over of sadness. But I wanted to ask you, all of you, one question. What have you all found that inherently, what trait or character inherently allows people to overcome these mental health challenges, generally speaking? Because I know we've been looking at all the problems, and I know Ishanji is saying what we can do, which is exceptional. But are there any things intrinsically within us as human beings that allow us to do a better job of dealing with these challenges? Thank you. And thanks.
Just two words which we need to be studied further. One is hope, and the other is resilience. So I think.
And Dr. Anand told about the 5 leading causes of life the other day.
Anand, I would answer to her question about a couple of things that really helps. And that comes from a profound discovery of the greatest psychologist of our time, of the century, William James from Harvard. Greatest issues are from our emotion and thoughts. I think, oh, this is going to be happening this, so I'm worried about it, or I may lose this. And you feel sad. So emotions are not under our direct control. But actions are. What I do is under my control. And he gave a classic example. Even if you are feeling sad, if you force yourself to give a smile, your automatic emotion will change. That was the greatest discovery, and that can be used effectively for many of the things that we feel. Second is we always become sad when things are not according to our wishes. When I want to do this, and if it doesn't happen, I'm mad, I'm sad, I'm angry. So we need to realize that there are so many things which is not under your control. Only thing under your control is your own action. So if those things are taught and to accept and modify, that will help a great deal. And the last one I would mention, usually we are taught to react instantly. If somebody gave me a gali, I would immediately respond to that, give that. If you did, so please let me finish. So when we do that, it really brings bad results. But if you just allow, wait a minute, I'm going to wait a minute. I'm going to answer this after a few minutes if I'll answer tomorrow. That will eliminate many of our burst emotional reactions. Thank you, Anand. I'm sorry I couldn't
I have to say
stop
something.
that.
I have to
Thank
say
you.
something. I have to open my mouth now. So, if you have frozen in dissociation, and if you have frozen in hyperarousal state, that reflective thinking never comes. And that is also happening along with the electronics, disengaged electronic overuse that is causing sloughing of the frontal lobe. You don't get a mental disorder to an extent that requires treatment when you have that capacity that is not there. And you have to rewire them through lived experiences, forced habit that becomes a behavior only after 6 months to 2 years after 5 years of age. And it doesn't happen in vacuum. It doesn't happen because we wanted them to be doing a positive thinking. It's not going to happen. They have to live that, and there has to be a substantial support in many of these ADHD with explosive temper and behavior disorders, and which also a normal child is becoming dropping out of the college level. And I've taken care of these cases, I know. And just because they are playing, they got addicted to the electronics. They lost their frontal lobe. If you have that frontal lobe, you can work with them. They lost it before they were 5 years of age. They're losing it because they're losing sleep because of the exposure to the electronics. Melatonin is suppressed and the brain is effaced. Actually, I've shown the scans yesterday. So it's easily said than done, sir. It is a heterogeneous problem that should not happen. So start with this Ideal Village program, Bhaya. We need to start education at the dyadic level with the parent and the infant getting the nurture through the senses. It's a course.
Okay.
Then we have to stop this from happening through positive behavior modification at an early level. Even if we missed it, then they're going to suicide.
Okay, I'd like to close this session. Can you raise your hands and tell me how many were here during the deep dive on Friday? So raise your hands. Okay, just very few. So what were the 5 leading causes of life? Just one, just say one.
First was hope. I repeated what she
Hope,
said.
okay. Another one? Intergenerativity, yes. The blessings, the affirmations from generations before us. That's 2.
Interconnectivity.
No. You had your chance. So, anybody else? Connectivity, social relationships, connectivity. And what's the 4th one?
Coherence.
Coherence, yes. Being able to make sense of life and, of what is happening, making sense of coherence is very important. And then the last one?
Agency. Agency.
Agency, human agency. It's not simply the fact that we can, we bring all of our physical, mental, psychological capacities to be able to change the situation that we are in. And so those, I'd like to thank our speakers, give them a big hand. Even Ishan Shivanand. Ishan, are you still there? Thank you very, very much for illuminating discussion. Thank you very, very much. Give a big hand for the audience. Amazing. Yeah. Thank you all. And welcome to some food. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anand.
1 minute, there is a, go ahead. You go ahead. You can use this microphone.
I would like to call Nandini Tandon Madam, Dr. Nandini Tandon Madam, to present the bouquet and mementos to our esteemed speakers.
Anand, you're going to need a bag full. You're going to need a big big suitcase to carry all the mementos that you are collecting. Okay.
So, on behalf of Ishan Shivanand, can we give it to Dr. Bindu?
Yes,
and he will
of
carry
course,
it
of course.
back to
Yes.
the US.
Since I'm going to California, I can carry it in
Yes,
my car.
Oh.
I'll start with the lady.
Oh.
Yes.
It looks like women power is really taking over.
So this is made in a village by women entrepreneurs. It's been
Comes from-
woven and dyed.
Hand-woven.
Dr.
Hand-woven.
It's beautiful.
Dr.
From
Vibhas.
Wardha.
It's from Maharashtra.
To
Our
our chair.
esteemed chairman.
No, I already got it. I don't need any more.
Okay, तो दे सकते हैं।
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And a picture.
Exceptional.
I wanted to give an answer to your.
No, I'd love to hear the answer. Oftentimes we spend so much time focusing on what is broken that we don't focus on what could be different.
Thank you.
How many times you had this conversation?
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
And you can also take this.
आपके हाथ से थोड़ा तोहफा मिला
मेरा सौभाग्य है। भाई को तो
पहना ही सकते हैं
प्रोफेसर्स को तो सोचना पड़ता है।
बहन के हाथ से बड़ी अच्छी लगती चीज़ थैंक
Last but not the least, very own Dr. Raj Shah.
Thank you, thank you.
Dr. Anand, कितना सुंदर है ये।
Absolutely. And it has been designed by BHU faculty and students over here.
बना दो आपको।
Of course, क्योंकि तो आउटलुक रखते हैं तो हम एक ही भी कहते हैं, कह सकते हैं।
क्या बात है। I love your energy.
Thank you.
सर वो कह रहे हैं आपको।
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what a session.
Thank you.
So ये सब इनफैक्ट जब आप बोल रहे थे न्यूज़ वीक से आया कि the children today are feeling invisible. मैंने कहा आपको forward कर देंगे. I won't bother you during the session. I'll forward it to you. अभी न्यूज़ वीक का article है.
Wow.
They're feeling invisible and even before COVID they were feeling hopeless. COVID they felt
It's made it even worse. Yeah. No question. Haji.
California.
Group photo.
Neighbor.
Can we all stand over here with a group photo? Everyone is invited to participate in this group photo for the mental health workshop.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yeah, then I can. जी. Yeah. Yeah, then just a minute. Madam. Okay, then. Okay. 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 Thank you. Uh, Hi everyone. I have posted a Tombola invitation code. You please use it and join IBC Tombola match. Yeah, Dilan. जी. Need to figure out the number. 202208. Just a minute, Dina. Dina, I'm posting another invitation code. Can you please use it? 700401. 00. जी. We'll get it changed. Yeah, then I understand. Yeah, then. Okay. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. My screen is visible to everyone, right? Okay. Barely, then like very low sound. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Perfect then.
Brilliant.
Should I start?
Wait, no, Abhi, nahi. Some are downloading the app. You're all Android? Anybody Apple? Android.
Please use 700401 to join IVC Tombola match.
What you can do, Sanjay, on your screen, have a blank PowerPoint or something and add that code. You can keep alt tabbing between the two, no? So it'll be easy. है ना? You shared only Tombola screen or you shared the entire screen?
I shared the entire screen.
Then it's very easy for you. You just pick up a blank PowerPoint.
Just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
See, this is a test session, so jo bhi kar sakte ho. I mean, it's like you don't have
okay,
to be
understood.
You don't have to be formal.
Just give me a minute.
Have a few people join in from remote. That way you can tell them that not only you participate, there are 100 others who participate who are not in the interview. So our team can. Yeah, exactly. So a few. I mean, and if they win, it's good. Because then there's proof that someone else participated. So how do I do after installing? Okay. There is a search button on the top. Okay. So it will join code. Sanjit, और एक बार बताओ.
401.
Fantastic. Good. So program. Then IVC Tombola. Click on that. 401. No, but what we have to do, we have to relieve Sanjeev. No, we can run it from the link from here only. Sanjeev, what we will do after this is the same link will work again, right?
Yeah, then it can be worked.
Do you have to reset it or what do you have to do?
I have to reset it then.
So after we test, you reset and you give us, we'll test one more time and then we are fine. We should be okay. Only thing I ask after that is just be available just in case if you have an emergency. I don't want to keep the whole room waiting. So just be available after 4 o'clock sometime. But we may not call you, okay?
My screen is visible, right? I have shared the invitation code for IVC Tombola match.
No, I think it's on the console they put a different, now it will be visible. Yes, नहीं संजीत, इसमें क्या करना है ना, वो हिट एंटर आफ्टर डबल दैट कोलन, IVC तंबोला मैच कोलन, hit enter, okay, hit enter, and then just select that 700401, उसको font बढ़ा दो, go like 3x, go crazy, yes, no, उसको बढ़ाओ, text box को बढ़ाओ, so it comes in one, that's it. Now, because this is a room with a few hundred people, so the last row should be able to see. Yeah. Okay, हो गया संजीत, good. So we'll start the match. Everybody has the IVC Tambola match? Yeah. Okay. When you click on it, it says My Tambola ticket. When you click on it, it says wait or something. The match is not started or something. Yes, sir. Okay. So Sanjit, you want to switch over to the Tambola screen and then. So you guys can all. You don't have to be in the console. We'll play it like the audience.
Okay. So if you all are ready, I'll start our match.
1 minute. Other mic. Sanjit, you can hear me?
Yeah, then.
Okay, wait. People are
Can
just.
you please check if you have received your ticket or
Yeah,
not?
we're checking. We're checking. It's still saying game is yet to start. Do one more time. Just refresh and. Sanjit, we are not able to. Anybody got a Tambola ticket here in the room? Is it in a different? Have you started a different game, Sanjit?
No, they know.
It's saying match is yet to start.
Yeah, it's the
Just
same.
give me a minute, please.
Yeah, now this tells me that I should have you. I will take the chance. थोड़ा जल्दी करो संजीत. These guys are waiting for their lunch. Yeah.
Just give me a minute. Just 1 minute.
I think my gut feel, Sanjit, is you started that other 202 wala, that code or whatever. You said there are 2 links, no?
Nothing. Just checking. Then I need 1 more minute, please.
Yeah. Selling Tambola thing. And that means he'll win. Like ऐसे होता है. You need any help from Basu or Manjunath? Sanjit?
Rima is helping me, Dina.
Rima is here? Okay.
Yeah.
You'll have to pull over and pull out the laptop. Sanjit, that code will be in the link only, I think. Sorry. Yeah. Sanjit?
Yeah, Dina, just a minute, please. Yeah, Dina, I got it.
Okay, okay.
Sharing my screen again.
हाँ, so same code?
Yeah, Dina.
Okay, done. इसके बाद थोड़ा मुझे बता देना कि क्या हुआ था, then we can be prepared for the next one.
Actually, Dina, we have tested it once now.
हाँ, so it was the game was over.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you should have, done. So should we go in?
My screen is visible.
Yes, visible.
Okay, distributing tickets to everyone.
Okay. All right.
Let me know if you have received your ticket.
Yes, we got the ticket.
Yes, sir.
मिल गया? All right, Amal. See, one more thing, guys. Below the ticket, you see those 6 options, no? Jaldi 5, first row, middle row. If it flashes, that means you got, I mean, you'll know you got it, but you have to click on it to claim it. Instead of saying, I got it, तो कोई सुनेगा नहीं, तो इसको click करना है इधर, ठीक है? If to got it. Okay, Sanjay, let's go. Let's do a rapid fire.
Okay. Okay, before we start, best of luck to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Attention.
So let's call our first number. Single digit number 1. First number.
No, very good. Yeah. Anybody got it?
Next number is it's number 2.
Something wrong. They're like 1 in a million chance of 1 and 2 coming one after the other.
Next number is
Sanjit. Now. 58.
5858. It's 2-digit number 5858.
Yeah, you'll get the late 5, not the jaldi 5. Okay.
Next number is 7272.
Shrikant's account open.
Next number is 5050, half a century.
Somebody got it?
Calling next number 6868. So the digit number 6868. Next number is
Yeah. Yeah.
7575.
Are
7575. Next number is 8282.
तो जल्दी 5 आएगी किसका? नहीं.
Next number is 4343.
Not even 1. Yeah.
Next number is 4444. All the fours, we have 4444. Next number is single digit. It's a single digit number 5. आज का खेल number 5. Next number is 1515. 1515. Independence Day.
Just 2 to go.
Next number is 8787. Number is 2-digit number 8 and 787. Next number is 6666.
जल्दी फाइ हाँ अच्छा हाँ oh not bad
Next number is single digit number 3.
all right
It's a
you got
single
Jessica?
digit number 3.
you're supposed to pray, that's all, nothing else to do.
Next number is 3030.
Anyone who doesn't have even one?
3030.
I'm the only one.
Next number is single digit number 6.
Got it? Got it. Yeah.
Next number is five three 53.
Click on the Jaldi file. Click it there. Now
Next number is
you see your name there?
single digit number 4, and we have our Jaldi 5 winner Abhishek Chakravarti. Congrats to Abhishek.
एक मिनट भाई साहब उसको और स्क्रीन पढ़ा सकते हैं?
Okay. Our current number is single digit number 4. Let's call for the next number. 8989. 8989.
Is the maximum, right?
Next number is
There must be a view change that we can do.
8383. Next number is 7676.
Yay! First one.
Next number is 2828. The candidates met. Next number is 5555.
My second one. Yeah. How about you?
Next number is
3, okay. You're still ahead of me.
1616.
We already
Number
came to
is
25.
16. 1616.
You're the late 5. Next is what? 16, huh?
7474. 7474. Next number is 8181. Next number is 7777. Next number is 2626. Next number is 5757. Next number is
Just download that. No, just kidding.
4545.
I got it. Oh, really? 46? Yeah.
Next number is 5959.
Ah, fine. Which one? Corner, row.
Next number is single digit number 8. Next number is 4242. Next number is 1919. Number is 1919. Next number is 2929. Next number is single digit number 7. Lucky number 7. Next number is 4040.
I got 40.
Number is 44040. Next number is 6363. Next number is 8686.
I'm waiting for all four.
Next number is 6262. Number is 6262. Next number is 8080. Next number is 2121. Next number is 4747.
All right. Double shot.
Next number is 3535. Next number is 3434. Next number is 6060.
Yeah. If there are more people,
Next number is 7979.
somebody wanted your name. Yes. Yeah. What did you get? No. The full row. Which row?
Next number is 7878. Next number is 6767. Next number is 5151. Next number is 1212. Next number is 3232. Next number is 8585.
Somebody got a
Next
top
number
row.
is
Somebody got a top row. It'll come now. It'll come now.
we have 6969, and congrats to our top row winner Dina. Congrats Dina.
Dear aaye magar durast aaye. I got all the 5 on the top.
Next number is 2525. Next number is 1818. Next number is 5656. Next number is 3838. Next number is 3333. Next number is 7171. Next number is 3939. Next number is 1414.
Download. No, we're testing. Yeah, you think we're so smart?
Next
that we have to
number
practice
is
some more, huh?
8888.
Download the 150 app.
Next number is 2020. Our current number is 2020.
Coming.
Next number is
Download the app.
4949. Next number is 9090.
Very good.
Next number is 8484, and we have our bottom row winner Ashutosh Gautam. Congrats Ashutosh. Our current number is 84. Moving for the next number. Six four 64. Next number is 3131.
Can't you see we are taking a test?
Next number is 2727.
Which one? Top.
2222. Next number is 1717. Next number is 1010. Next number is 9. And we have our corner winner Kaustubh Tiwari. Congrats Kaustubh for the corner.
Who is Connor? Kaustubh. Yeah, we'll tell you.
Next number is
Now we're seriously taking an exam after that. Yeah.
Next number is 4646. Next number is
Done. आएगा. He'll roll in there. हो गया, नहीं ठीक है, हो गया अभी.
Hey, congrats to Kaustubh for the medal though and the full house.
Good. Go get your lunch. So I'll tell you guys how to join.
जी.
Hey, when you exit, it asks for a rating. Give a 5-star.
Thank you, Sanjeet. So maybe you can reset the link for the evening. He will be there for the evening? Yeah. So the session will start around 4 o'clock, Sanjeet. But there will be some presentations. So I'll message you at 5 minutes before. Is that okay? Sanjeet, can you hear me? Sanjeet, can you hear me? Sanjeet?
Sanjeet?
It's not responding. Maybe he can't hear us.
Sanjeet, can you hear us? Sanjit is ready?
No, they haven't sent the WebEx link yet.
No, but he's ready, no, from his side.
He's ready.
Are we good to go?
I think we should start. Right. What you can do is couple of things.
A very good evening to one and all present over here. I, Lakshmi B, extend a warm welcome to you all in this session centered around the 1 rupee app for social impact. Without any further delay, I'd request Shashi Srivastava ma'am to please present the bouquet shawl and memento to Shri J. A. Chaudhary, entrepreneur, innovator, investor and founding director, Software Technology Parks, India. Shashi ma'am is presenting the shawl to Shri Deenanath Harpanahalli, founder and CEO, Life Cycle. Now, I'd like to hand over the session to our chairs.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So we wanted to give a brief history about how this 1 rupee app has come into existence. How many people know about 1 rupee app? Some of the students? One, only one, 2, 3. Oh, good. So did you like that app? You started downloading and using it? How many people have used? Downloaded, but start using it. Thank you. So I'll tell you brief history how we got into developing this 1 rupee app. There is one university called Satyasai University in southern India. How many people are aware of this university? One of the very good universities in private sector. And the vice chancellor of the university came to me and Deena, invited us to address their students. They came to Hyderabad. Then I was not that keen to attend that meeting because whenever I visited any universities, we used to give a lot of advices, the vice chancellors and the faculty. None of them they used to implement. So though they came and met us, then reluctantly we said, yes, we will come sometime. Then when we were again in Bangalore, again vice chancellor along with other board members, they came. Again they requested, sir, it's very close to Bangalore airport, why don't you come for at least 1 hour? Again reluctantly said, yes, we'll come. Then me and Deenanath, next day morning they sent a vehicle. We went to the university. So while going to the university, at some village, we saw a lot of volunteers with white uniform. They were distributing the food and all that. I asked the person, one Mr. Satya, who was accompanying us. I asked him, what's happening? Who are these people? This is our volunteers of Satyasai Ashram. And every day, at least about 4 lakhs to 5 lakhs school children, they get nutritious food every day. And our volunteers, like what you have seen, they go personally and distribute that nutritious food, breakfast to all the government school children. That was my first interaction with that ashram. Then we went to the university campus. Then they took us around the university campus. They took us to the first, the hospital. There is a multi-specialty hospital, super specialty hospital. The moment we went there, we saw a big line of patients, almost about a kilometer plus. I asked them, why so many people are standing in the queue? Sir, here everything we give free of cost. And we have the best of the best doctors, surgeons in the hospital. And we don't have any cash counter. This is cash counter less hospital because we don't take any cash. In addition to that, all the medicines are free, food is free. Even the people who are accompanying the patient, for them also we provide the accommodation, food, everything. That was something which is a revelation for me today when providing free medicines, free health care to the poorest of the poor. That's the reason why 1 kilometer of poor people were standing. When we went inside, I mean, we saw, I have not seen that kind of infrastructure. 7-star hospital infrastructure. Some of the doctors were from other countries, and that is the kind of infrastructure they are able to provide for the poorest of the poor. That was my second interaction with the university in ashram. Then afterwards, they took us to the new building, which is meant for the first medical college in the world, which is free of cost. It's almost 70% ready. Then we had some interaction with some of their division heads in the university. After that, one of the volunteers said, our Swamiji is in town, sir. Today, if you have time, you can meet him. Then both of us looked at each other. Okay, having come here, we'll go and meet him. We thought it will be there for 5-10 minutes. And he had several appointments. I also had some appointments in Bangalore. We thought we will meet Swamiji for 5-10 minutes and go to Bangalore and take care of those appointments. When we went inside the Swamiji's chamber, the way he explained what he's doing, he said, he asked me one thing, Mr. Chaudhary, you are from a rural place. What is that you have noticed about the healthcare facilities in the rural areas? Because during the pandemic time, the 2 years I was in my village. During that time, some of the farmers who had 50 acres of farmland, and one of their relatives got into the terminal disease like cancer. Today the entire family became beggars. They have taken loans, personal loans and all kinds of loans. They sold off their 50 acres thinking that they are going to save their relative who got a cancer. So a 50-acre farmer has become a beggar now. Now he is going to the streets and all the people who gave the money, they are after them. And that is the situation is happening in entire country. That's what I told. This is what is happening. This unfortunately, these corporate hospitals who got investments from private equity fellows, and because all my kids are all doctors, they know that uncle, today our management said you are not prescribing this test, this MRI, your this quarter, this prescriptions are not properly. That is a kind of they don't care of the patient care. They are only worried about quarter and quarter whether they are getting the money or not, or how they are increasing their profits. That is the reason why all the patients, particularly rural India, they go to these corporate hospitals. They are getting squeezed from all quarters, and they are becoming ultimately beggars. And Swamiji said, yes, that's the reason why because I don't want to find fault with the government. I don't want to find fault with the corporate hospitals. The only solution I thought is by setting up a free hospital in every district headquarters, so that the poorest of the poor people, instead of going to the corporate hospital, they go to this hospital where they get a good health care and also food, everything is taken care of. In addition to that, I also want to give the best education. LKG to PhD, everything is free in their university. Nowhere they charge anything, and they gave best of the best infrastructure, best for sports and games facilities. So that is the kind of a vision he has. He has already set up several free hospitals in the country, outside the country also. Recently, Colombo, Fiji, Nigeria, in all these countries, they have set up this kind of, wherever there is a need, he is going and setting up these hospitals. Then I told Swamiji, say, I keep coming to Bangalore very often. how come and also I come from this Anantapur, which is very close to Bangalore. I don't know that this kind of a thing is happening. Like for example, all these 3 days we are seeing that what IITians and Stanford University people they are trying to do in India, and I was not aware of all these things. So like that I mentioned that how come we don't know that you are setting up this kind of free hospitals, and Bangalore has got all billionaires and unicorns in technology, and they don't know anything about it, and they are only spending their CSR money for I don't know what all where all they're spending. It's not that they don't have good intention of not giving the money to this kind of causes. They don't know about it. So what I said is, Swamiji, if you permit me, I want to bring a program where I bring the CEOs, CXOs of IT industry to your campus, so that when they come here, it's a professional conference, then so that they can come and see what's like. For example, I went there to address the students, but I never addressed the students, but I got connected to the cause. I felt that I should do something. I mean, I cannot sit back. Swamiji is doing, he has got a lot of funds and he's setting up these hospitals. I can't think like that, right? When Swamiji is doing so many things, can we also give some helping hand to him? I said, Swamiji, we will bring every quarter, every year, a big conference to this facility. When they come here, they will see. And within 30-40 days, we organized a conference called India Startup Festival, where 1,500 startups came, and there will be a lot of venture capitalists like Sequoia and Kalari Capital, you name it, all big venture capitalists, angel investors, HNIs, they all came. All India heads of many MNC companies, they were all there. And ITC CEO was there. All top-notch CEOs, they all came, though it is a weekend. That too, Dasara festival, very important festival for South Indians. And in spite of that, they all came, and there was a lot of networking happened. And when they came there, they also saw what Swamiji is doing. And they all already started thinking about how they want to help the mission, what Swamiji, the free, high quality healthcare, free, good quality education. These are the two things that our industry people also wanted to. So in the same meeting with Swamiji, Swamiji suggested, I was thinking about a 1 rupee app for getting everybody involved, because this should be a inclusive thing, not that only our ashrama has to do it, our volunteers have to do it. So I don't know who can do that, that kind of a 1 rupee app, which I am thinking. And fortunately, Dinanath was with me. I asked Dina, can you develop a 1 rupee app where, I mean, people who downloads the app, they will see every day 1 rupee, and they click it, 1 rupee will go for a cause, and they will also get a receipt that your 1 rupee, out of 1 rupee, 60 paisa has been spent for helping a patient, maybe another 20 paisa has been spent for helping a poor student for a breakfast, nutritious breakfast and all, they get a receipt. So with that, what happens is everybody will see that there is a traceability, that money, whatever they are giving, though it is a 1 rupee, they are getting a receipt like that. There are a lot of people also will start, see today, the way we have the smartphones, during the pandemic I went to a temple in my village. While coming out of the temple, walking to the car, a lot of beggars were asking me, sir, we want some money. When I looked at my purse, all 500 rupee notes were there. I said, I don't have change, and I was about to get into my car. One young beggar, sir, do you have Google Pay? I don't have Google Pay, but he has got Google Pay. See, that is the kind of a digital inclusion happened in this country. And even a beggar also can give 1 rupee every day. Today we have 800 million smartphones. Just 1 rupee every day, that itself can create 800 million rupees. Imagine how many people we can help using that 800 million rupees every day which is collected. That is the power of this kind of a app. So India it may be 1 rupee, maybe America it may be $1, Europe it may be €1, and wherever it should be very easy. At the same time, transparency should be there, credibility should be there, And we gave that challenge to Dinanath. Can you complete that? And Swamiji gave us one challenge. Gandhi Jayanti is coming, October 2nd. Both this conference as well as the 1 rupee lunch, can it happen on Gandhi Jayanti? Without looking into what is possible, what is not possible, even on his behalf, I said yes. In that 30 days, we were on a mission, and he was also using all his employees, trying to get all the features into the app. And I was busy in contacting all my connections, CEOs, startups, angel investors, because the conference has to take place. In 30 days, the way conference took place and the way the app got developed, it was launched on the Gandhiji's Jayanti at Muddanahalli village. And I request now Dinanath to tell more about how this 1 rupee app is revolutionizing, how all of you, particularly students here, you should actually start spreading this message, because this is not just for some wealthy people and all that. Everybody can contribute. You can all contribute 1 rupee per day, right, for a cause? How much money you spend for taking tea or coffee every day? How many rupees? Right? How many teas you take? 2, 3? So you must be spending at least 100 rupees a day, pocket money. Out of that 1 rupee, is it a big amount? It's a very small amount, right? So you can all click 1 rupee every day. That will go for helping a poor patient or a poor student in the remotest villages in the country. Can you all do that? Can you tell your friends to do that? Can you circulate this message? You're all very active in the social media, right? Can you take the oath that not only you download, you tell all your friends to download it and start using it? We will run a hackathon on 1 rupee soon here. We'll come to BHU and run a hackathon. We'll see how many students are able to download and also spread the message, and what innovative things they have done using the 1 rupee app, and maybe winners will give internship opportunities in good companies using my network. Are you ready for that competition? Yes. Thank you. Now I request Dinanath to talk about the 1 rupee app.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you guys for being here. If you don't mind, I would like to stand and speak, because I think I'll just doze off, and I'll make you doze off. So I would not want to do that. But this is better. I'm a very visual guy. I need to see everybody. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, you can be here, Jay. Okay, this is not a lecture, so don't worry. Even though it looks like it, iska thoda adjustment kar do. I think the sound quality is. You keep playing with it. Okay. All right. So let's do a little exercise for a minute or two. Okay. Let's say this half. You guys are all, both are do-gooders, right? You don't mind doing good things in life, and you want to. And you guys are all the organizations, NGOs, right? You run projects, you have beneficiaries in mind, and you need to bring these services to them. Agreed? This half. You guys are all individuals, okay? You want to somehow participate in it, okay? What are the difficulties of these two sets of individuals and organizations? Just think for it for a minute, and you can respond. Correct. Transparency, right? So there is an individual, okay? There is a big credibility gap between the organization doing this, right? And so you need transparency, number one. What else? You guys have to go almost tit for tat. I mean, ऐसे बता रहे हैं तो आपको बताना पड़ेगा कुछ. You guys are running NGOs, big NGOs, global NGOs. Now tell me, what's coming in your way? Kiska authenticity? Do you want individuals' credibility, or do you want individuals' money and effort? If I am focused on my mission, if I'm an NGO, and if my money is coming, as long as it's coming through a legal means, okay, I'm okay. Agreed?
I was stating that for an individual, it's difficult to emphasize on their credibility so that the funding can come to them.
Okay, so I'll repeat my situation here, rather the imagination that you need to have. You guys are organizations, you are all NGOs. This is the dividing line. You are all the individuals, volunteers, contributors, patrons, donors, okay? You as an NGO, what difficulty do you face?
Sir, winning the trust of an individual.
No, you guys are giving MBA answers. Get out of that MBA mode. Okay, give me the real life answers. No textbook answers. What? You're an NGO, what do you need? Yes, you need money. Done. What else you need? You need team. Brilliant. Who said that? Very good. Volunteer. Team, volunteers, absolutely. What kind of connectivity? Yeah, good, good, yeah. Money. If you have money, you can buy advertisement. Very good.
Sir,
What else?
platform or technology to collect that money, how the transaction will happen.
Well, let's say it shows up in your bank account. Why do you care about technology? As long as the end point is you need money, right? What problems you face in getting that money, the team, right? Team would mean expertise, right? Connectivity, etc. would mean resources, right? Volunteers. What challenges do you have? Keep thinking about it. As in, yes. Right. No updates, no information. Very good. Digvijay, you are on a roll here. Yes, a little bit of knowledge. I mean, you could put it in the bucket of transparency, but it is, see, assuming that I believe them. No, you have a point. Assuming that you believe that they have spent the money the right way, still you would like to know how it was spent. You have how much of it and how and where it went and how the benefit was. So information, not just transparency. Yes, details. Yes, absolutely.
So how to make a cause reach more and more number of people?
How do you scale this up?
Scale
yes,
this up, yes,
to
sir.
scale up again, you need time. You need money, resources, teams, etc. Anything else? Now, as you seek these resources, right? So you have a lot of NGOs doing a lot of good work. You have a lot of individuals and organizations housing those individuals. ये mic तो ठीक नहीं लग रहा है भाई. So different mic. I think I'm better off just talking without it. Yeah. So, I will exercise my vocal cords. If anybody has yeah.
If you will talk without mic, then it won't be getting this stream, live stream. Live stream is going on.
No, what I'll do, I'll keep it. How is this now? Is it getting into the stream?
Hello.
Yeah, is it getting into the stream, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, good enough. Okay, I'll do a voiceover later if you give me the video, don't worry. Okay, so the point is this, right? So you have a lot of NGOs wanting to do good work, a lot of individuals, and maybe some organizations wanting to contribute, but there are constraints. What are the constraints? Forget the soft constraint first. Credibility will come to that, okay, transparency. The hard constraints, right? Money is here, seeker is here. Almost always there's an information gap, right? And you need a team, you need volunteers. They're all here, but they may not be in the place where you want them to be. They're not available at the time you want them to be, right? And money may not be in the form that you look, like Jay was saying, I have money in a different form, I want to pay, right? Can I pay by UPI? No, I can't take UPI. Can I pay a credit card? No. Can I take cash? I take it in a different currency, right? It may not be in the form that you want. So what has happened? One of the things, just the execution level challenges. Okay. So the execution level challenges are time, location, audible at the back? Okay. So time, right? Location, money, resources, all of these. So how do you solve this? And honestly, technology exists today to solve this. It's not that hard to solve it, right? What 1 Rupee app does is exactly that. It bridges the gap that an NGO might have to bring the money, in a very efficient manner, to get the people involved in a very efficient manner, and make that, sometimes it's not just the money, it's the amount of money. To do a project, you need X. These people individually have, let's say, a percentage of, a small fraction of that X. How do you prove that? It's difficult, right? Because if you have to go, that's why people, NGOs, they have this philosophy in the mind that I would rather see a big donor. So what has happened over a period of time is the big donors are getting exhausted because everybody's gone after them. So they're already, their alignments are done. Now you have to go and get the small donors, and actually there's a lot of money when you actually pull this together, but there has not been an efficient way to pull that together. And another problem is when the more you ask, the more you lose credibility. You get it? Right? If you go and ask for a big money, now there's all of credibility question. You ask for small money, where is the question? You're asking for 1 rupee. Right? You'll say, you know what? Okay, really? You want me to give you an A4 size receipt for that? I mean, that will cost me more than a rupee. Right? Get it? So these are the challenges. What 1 rupee does, app, it eliminates those constraints. Now, when you talk about team and volunteers, right? Somebody wants to teach, right? You want them to come and teach. I mean, that's a very simplified way of saying there's a skill gap. The people want to contribute in a certain area, and the recipients of that volunteer effort don't want that, they want something else. So can somebody teach to help an NGO that is doing a blood? Mics are off. No, it's off. Directly benefits the NGO. Now let's come to you guys, the volunteers. Given a choice, right? I don't think you would say, I don't want to. Agree? I want to help, I want to contribute. But assuming that that problem somehow is addressed, where you want to contribute and help, what do you really like to do? For your enjoyment, what do you really like to do? When you're not working, what do you do? Some answers. What is your fun thing to do? What's your hobby? What's your passion? What's your recreation? Those 3 ladies don't answer because I already asked them earlier. So I already know your answers. Okay, anyone other than that?
Watch a movie.
Oh, watch a movie? Brilliant.
Meeting people.
Read books.
Making blogs.
Making blogs.
Solve problems.
Yes, some blogs. Okay, solve problems.
Stamp collection.
There you go. Stamp collection. Brilliant answer. No, it is an awesome answer. And all intellectuals here, this is a problem with dealing with anxiety. So, come on guys, don't you get out of the door and do something? Right? How many of you are runners?
Bring a smile. Bring a smile.
Bring a smile, okay. How many of you are runners? How many of you are trekkers? How many of you are cyclists? How many are rock climbers? There you go, right? There are so many things you would like to do. You would like to go and play tennis, badminton, cricket. Cricket, I think, right? So, right? So now think about this one. You going and teaching, you're going to be the best person to teach, okay? But you wanting to go out or wanting to go to a local exhibition where maybe there's some nice stamps are come and you want to go take a look at them, what would you rather do? If somebody's already taken care of the teaching part, you'd rather go to the stamp area and then look what is available, right? So individuals have interests. NGOs have needs. The society has problems to solve. And all of this needs time, effort, and money, right? All of that is dispersed so badly that done the old way, we are just, why do you think after 75 years we are still there? We are on a treadmill. Because of those inefficiencies. Now how do you fix it? I'll give you an example, okay? If we were to throw an example, let's say, now let me start with reading. So in fact, we have a league on that, okay? It's called the Read Venture, okay? Reading Adventure, whatever. Right? So let's say you have an app, okay? And that behaves like an Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, right? And somewhere there you go and say, there's a readers league, right? International Readers League or whatever. Now, what do? Now you're reading some book there. You probably take a picture of that book or you want to write 2-3 lines about it. I'm reading this. In fact, trust me, every single book I have read in my life is based on recommendation. I've never gone myself, picked a book off a shelf and said, I will read it because it looks good. Okay, somebody has to tell me, hey, you should read that book, man, that's an awesome book, and I read it, right? So it almost always works like that. Now you go and put out there, now you have like-minded people, let's say a few thousand of those people. Suddenly what happened? You are in there doing what you're doing best. On a Sunday, given Sunday, If reading is your hobby, would you go and teach in a school or would you sit and read a book of your choice? You would rather read a book of your choice, and there's nothing wrong, right? And like this, you take every single example that came here, right? Somebody was a trekker, and you want to collect stamps. There's a stamp collectors club, there's a readers club, there's a runners club, there's a cyclist club, and you start bringing them all together. They're all there in their respective communities, exchanging value, which is information. There are many times instructions. Wouldn't you want a tip saying, hey, there's a great exhibition going on, stamps somewhere, right? And all that information right now is very, very distributed, right? Very distributed. So all that comes together in one place. Now you pay a small amount of money to be part of that community, which is the flip of the model that every digital platform exists today. You go to a social media of whatever name you want to give it, right? We all know. What do? It's all free, right? You're not putting in a penny. Then how do they make money? There's a saying in technology. Either you buy the product or you are the product, right? That's selling your data, right? And instead of being exposed to your data being sold, if you're able to pursue your passion, if you're able to be part of your community and do that in a very nice, healthy, competitive, leagueified, gamified manner, I think we solve the problem of putting people in places that they enjoy most. And we're telling them, put a small fee for that, which is a rupee a day, as an example. Not as an example, literally it's a rupee a day. And take that 1 rupee, give it to you guys. Okay? Now, don't worry about these guys coming and teaching. Somebody is running here, somebody is collecting stamps, somebody is reading, somebody is playing cricket, volleyball, whatever. But there are a whole lot of others. There may be a bunch of college students. We'll tell you how to get there. That's the other part of the equation. You have your money. Agreed? Now you got the money part done. Now, let's say you're doing some volunteer work. Your known organizational resources are in one city. Your project is doing in another city. Now, what's the best way to connect with these people? You can't go on the ground up, build relationships there and have a human conversation and get those people to work, right? Digital platforms exist. This being one. You announce them. Hey, anybody in the city XYZ who can come and volunteer for this today? And believe it or not, it actually happens. I'll give you some examples. You're solving the time problem, right? You're solving the resource problem, team and volunteers you're getting, and you're eliminating the geography issue, right? They don't have to be in the place where, that is mismatched with where you're reading. That, as a philosophy, is what 1 Rupee app does. I'll show you some examples. Should we put some app screens and show when we, is that possible? Yeah. And I'll also show you how it works, but when we were having this early design conversation about this, one of the conversation I remember Swamiji mentioned this is, look, there is this age-old Indian practice where our mothers were cooking in the kitchen. So they would have a dish on the side, and before they start cooking, they would take a fistful of rice and put it there. And they didn't know where it's going at that point. It just kept getting collected in that pot. Somebody showed up, okay, someday, and they just picked that and gave that rice. So it could be a person, who was hungry, came begging for food, or it would be a person organizing a community event in the neighborhood, wanted that, grain. It's as simple as that. Now, what did it mean? It meant that before they thought of themselves, there are two things. One is the material help that goes, it's nominal. But the thought that before I do something useful for me, I'm going to think about others. So philosophically, and when I heard this, I thought it was pretty nice, right? So that is the philosophical basis. That's why 1 rupee. Why not 10 rupee? Why not 100 rupee? I'm sure just the way you agreed that 1 rupee is a very small amount, I'm sure there's a higher amount for which you'll agree that that's also a small enough amount, right? 1 rupee is because it's symbolic. That doesn't prevent you from adding more. The digital platform gives you that ability, but it's no more than that for you to be part of it. Okay. All right. So more than this, could we get the app screen itself? Yep. Okay. So having understood the philosophical context, both socially and technologically, this is what the app does. That app is no different from any other social media. So you have this infinite timeline of activities that are coming onto the feed. Right? First, it assumes that you download, and by the way, as you're talking, you can't download because we'll do something fun towards the end of it for about 20 minutes or so, and you can keep downloading and start. You don't have to subscribe right now; you can do it later. So you subscribe, and then you have this timeline of activities showing up on that. Those happen to be what you like. So if you are a reading club member, all the book, your fellow readers' materials are showing up. Now, if you are stamp collecting, the interesting things about stamps are coming up. Somebody is a runner, all the runs that different people have done, that is showing up. In fact, there was a very interesting concept. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What's your name? No. Aparna. Aparna was saying that her hobby is in a city, you go around and explore the street, right? So, we were joking, you start a street loafers league, you just go around, all you're doing is finding out nice things about. So, by the way, that's a fantastic thing. A lot of people do that. In fact, when you're visiting a new city, one of the activities that is very, very popular, especially in Europe, in the cities, is people just walk in the town centers and they're exploring, street after street, and you can actually have, if you're part of that league, all you have to do is go and see which city you're in and explore the interesting streets, and they're rated on safety, they're rated on amenities, they're rated on facilities, restaurants. There's so much you can get out of that, right? So there are those interesting experiences you can create on that. So you belong to your community, and it doesn't prevent you from belonging to anything. It's your choice. So if once you are paid and 1 rupee and you're in there, it's not that, you're a runner and if you want to be a cyclist, you pay another rupee. No, it's not that. It's everything is open as long as you are a valid subscriber. And beyond that, you can actually start. Then the question now, let's look at the NGOs. How do you now mobilize resources? 1 rupee, while it is small for the individuals who get it, it may not be enough. How much of that we are going to do, collecting 1 rupee at a time? At some point it seems silly, and there is some wisdom in that conventional thought that you have to go after the big ones so that our collection effort is not much. So there are very interesting things that people can do now. Now let's say there is an organization that wants to challenge their employees, and it could be for health and wellness or whatever. Guys, this month, okay, have a challenge. You walk, 150 kilometers this month, okay? And for every kilometer you do, we will match 10 rupees. And companies have that CSR money. They just didn't have a good way of getting their employee wellness benefit out of that. The app does. And in fact, one of the things that I'll give you some examples, not in the 1 rupee app platform. By the way, my day job is to build platforms like this, so hence we're able to do it in 30 days. Otherwise, no quality system can be built in 30 days. I think the majority of our effort actually went in reorienting our platform from being a B2B SaaS product to something that works in a B2C format. That is where we spent most of the 30 days essentially. So, and one of those company examples I'll give you. They were operational, they have been operational for the last 14 months. And that's exactly the line they have told their employees. They say donate months to educate is so something like that is the thing. And they challenge their employees. You go out, walk, run or cycle. For every kilometer you do, we put in 10 rupees for the child. And then they do this special day program. So there's something called Diwali Dhumaka. So every kilometer that day gets you 500 rupees. You know how many people, instead of eating all those nice laddus on Diwali, are actually going out and walking and getting a little healthier? And enormous amount of money gets collected. The statistics I have is last 14 months, they have raised 80 crores on that, right? That's the power of that platform. I didn't raise a penny. I just built the platform. It's they who did it, right? But the platform gives you the ability to do that. Now, each one can do that. Now, the company came out and said, you do this and we match. Nothing prevents now from a bunch of friends getting together, challenging each other, right, doing that. Nothing prevents from a group of people forming a league and challenging a whole bunch of, generating this kind of resources from small businesses. So you have an enormous potential to raise money in this manner. Now that is where the resources in terms of money that NGOs need gets. Now how do you get volunteers? There are facilities here. You can actually do a volunteer management system. You can actually challenge volunteers. I'll give one other example. There is a hospital that needs blood month on month, right? And because of that, they conduct these blood donation camps. Now what happens when you are collecting bloods in camps? The supply is not very smooth, right? So there's no telling how much of blood the hospital needs. So a lot of blood, believe it or not, collected in food retention gets wasted because it was collected in the wrong, at the wrong timing, and it aged too soon or whatever, right? So now they know in a certain region who are the contributors, and they're able to digitally reach to them, much like you would reach, your members in a WhatsApp or a digital notification, they can actually say, hey, we have a blood donation camp going on this Sunday, why don't you show up? And they can actually put a limit there, saying the moment 100 people say, yes, we are in, they can send out another notification, we got our 100, don't worry, you come for the next one. That we are not actually going to waste that effort. These are the kind of things the 1 rupee app can do. Now, can we put that app? Yeah. So go to the home. I'll just show you a few features. And you guys can download it in Play Store, App Store, whatever. And this is, you see people walking, running, doing number of things. Keep going. We just played a test tombola by there, so I won. So my luck for the day has ended. So now you can win. Okay. So there are photography leagues, there are rangoli leagues, there are painting leagues, there are cooking leagues, you name it, right? So so these are, I'm assuming these are the people who have.
Example.
Yeah, that's a good example. So there's one coming up, and I do want you guys to be part of this. And it doesn't take anything more than that 1 rupee a day, once you're a subscriber. There's a big event coming up called Surya Sankranti, okay? And that goes from January 1st to January 14th, as the name says, right? The challenge is to do as many Surya Namaskars as you can. And that, by the way, is one of the best exercises you can do, no matter what your other sport you pursue or whatever. So for every one Surya Namaskar that happens there, we are now lining up the matching donors who will say, we'll put 1 rupee on it, we'll put 10 rupee on each one, etc. The goal is to do 1 crore 8 lakh Surya Namaskars. Now, if we can raise 1 to 10, you can imagine the kind of money we can raise, right? So that's thanks for reminding us, Jay. So we will send you those details. Now, there are lots of other features. I don't want this to be a boring session showing you guys the features of the app, but there are some really cool things. Like, for example, let's say, I don't like to carry my phone when I'm running. I always have an Apple Watch and I'll run through this. You can actually sync. You can sync the Apple Watch data to that Fitbit, Google Fit, Strava, Garmin, you name it, right? And there are many integrations like that. Let's say you're a chess player. There are many chess leagues here, right? And there is a very popular chess platform called Lichess. You can actually conduct chess tournament sitting, not leaving your desk. We have companies where there are 2 people, and all it requires is 1, but I think they have a plan B. 2 people sit at their desk, and within 30 minutes, they've got an entire chess tournament going for the company. 300-400 people participate. 3 hours later, and it has automatic integration with the platform like Lichess, right? That's the power of the digital platform these days. Now, the question is, if everything becomes screen-bound, digital, what's the point? Actually, that is not the right argument, because your activity is not getting digitized. You're not sitting here and dreaming about running. You're actually running. You're not sitting here and dreaming about playing chess. You're actually playing chess. You're not sitting here and dreaming about walking. You're actually walking, right? So the physical aspect doesn't go away. The digital benefits come to your thing. So we can go back. Now, we can, by the end of this, I'll take some questions now. While that is happening, all of you guys can download the app. And what is the leak code, Sujitan, do you know? When you download, there is the search button. There's a last but one option. Sorry? Excellent. There you go, thank you. Fantastic. Yeah, and then you click on the search, you get a join code field there. We will flash the code like that, 700401. Is there a whiteboard marker? Okay, so that's the code. But anyway, yeah, you can. Yeah. So one of you can come and write that code for everybody's benefit. And while that is happening, let me take some questions, because we will play a game of Tombola. Hopefully it's fun for you towards the end of the conference. How many of you played Tombola recently? Housey, Bingo, Tombola? 1, 2, hardly 4. Rest of you know about the game? Like to play, or it's boring? Play, it's fun. Okay, so questions. But while that is happening, I'll answer more.
Kuchipudi dance example.
Oh yeah, in fact there is actually there are a bunch of people who are very passionate about classical dance. They're actually doing classical dance leagues on this. And how does it happen? They don't have to leave home. They record their dance and they do the time limit. It's a 1 minute or whatever. They put up the video on that league that's submitted, like posting, right? You post your entry. And the app gives a jury facility. So if you are nominated somebody as a jury, for example, Jay, if you're the jury, only you see the button, no one else sees the button. You click on it, and if you're the expert, you're ranking them. And those ranks get tabulated, and you get a reward. the things that make people do more of what they like to do, there are three things. Okay, one, sense of competition. You want to be, if you're a runner, you still may not run as much unless you're in competition with somebody that you know, right? The sense of competition is number one. Second, lure of the reward. I want to win something. And it's not the material value of the reward, it's the sense of winning, right? I get a medal, I get a gift check, I get something, right? Second. Third is virtue signaling, right? You want to run for your benefit, but you still want that run to benefit an NGO. These are the three things, and we have studied this in the last 3 years, so we know it very, very well. If you can bring these three things as NGOs, you can actually get a lot of people engaged, right? And that's the key. Nobody wants to be sold, nobody wants to be marketed to. People want to be engaged. Then, any questions? Come on, guys, we need to have a lot of questions. Yes, please. I'll come to that.
So actually, I joined in late, but I have just one question regarding the running part that you talked about. Yeah. So if it is audible to everyone, but so my question is that if I don't have these smart watches, which track my movements, is it like that I would have to always carry my phone along, or is there some other way?
No, either you need a tracker device or you need a tracker app. Unless we reach a stage where all the street cameras are tied to your face recognition and we trace wherever you go and you calculate your flight. Maybe possible, but not right now. Yeah, somebody had a question. Okay.
Can we also see that how the funds are being used or for what purpose?
Yeah, that was the very first question, right? The transparency, etc. You can. When the app was there, that was there on that, I'll show you. First of all, let me answer the 1 rupee app related answer, right? Everything, there is no cut on the 1 rupee, there is no discount, there is no commission, nobody's collecting a fee on it. 1 rupee goes directly to the charitable contributions. It goes into three: education, healthcare, and nutrition. And you get to see the percentage in which it is gone. And you get to choose. Let's say I don't want it to go to nutrition and healthcare, I only want it to go to education, you can choose. Okay? And you get the periodic report on how much money is being spent on this. Right? And understand one thing, all these hospitals, all these nutrition materials, all these educational centers, they're 100% free. Nobody's paying a fee. Right? And in fact, there are some charges that third party charge. For example, a bank will charge when you're paying the UPI and all that. When you're talking to them, actually, you want to talk to Reserve Pay and say, look, if people are doing so much good, then you need to let go that 1% or whatever you charge for your UPI transaction. Right? They may agree, we don't know. But yeah, those are third party charges, but everything goes to it. And there is a way of doing it. It shows, in fact, when you finish, let's say you're a runner, you finish a run that day. Let's say you went for a 5-kilometer run. You finish the run, you get that card like you showed here, right? The map of your run and what is the distance and what is the speed and all that. You slide that, and how LinkedIn and all the carousel images you slide, and that pie chart is right there. And it's right there in real time. Nobody's sitting there and typing it. That answers your question. Any other questions? Okay, you guys want to play Tambola? Yeah. All right, let's do that. So everybody got the app? Yes, sir. Okay, Susan, you are ready? 2 minutes, okay. So they need a couple of minutes to set it up, and I'm assuming some of you need that. But I would love to get a lot of questions. No. There is a corner button. The ear, you're talking about the ear? Yeah. No, you can't. What do you do? No other questions?
Sir?
Yes.
I have a question here. Sir, you said that you will take money from them and give to the NGOs. Then how you will decide which NGO you have to give it to?
So 1 rupee app was specifically built for One Nation Foundation. That's only NGO that. And One Nation Foundation runs all the 3 hospitals, 3 universities, the nutrition. That's yeah, you know where.
Switch on the mic and then speak to Sanjit. He can.
Any mic, even this mic also. Sanjeet is online.
Okay, Sanjeet. Hi. One second, Sanjeet.
Sorry, Dina, I'm not able to hear you. Can you?
Yeah,
please repeat
I will
once?
talk. 1 second, there's an echo. Can you switch off other mic here or this you can carry it away?
Am I audible to everyone?
Yeah, you are audible, Sanjeet. Am I audible now? Yeah,
Yes,
we are in a
that's
conference room. We'll put your screen on the thing. By the way, you're playing sitting in a room. Okay, the way it gets played is nobody's
I
in
have
a
shared my
single
screen.
room.
Hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yeah, 1 second, Sanjeet. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Sujan, you can talk to him. You can
So,
talk to him.
all of you, please use the invitation link and
not
join the IVC Tombola match. The invitation link is on the desktop on the shared screen 700401.
Sanjeet, can you hear
It's
us?
700401.
Can you hear me, Sanjeet?
Sorry?
Can you hear me? Just hold on for a second. By the way, what I was telling you guys is, in reality, this game is played, distributed. People can be any corner of the world and they'll be playing. It just happens that you're all in a single room, but you don't have to be. And in reality, so far, this is the first time I'm actually seeing people sitting in a room and playing, by the way. And there are like lakhs of people already playing. I think it's a console. Sanjeet, can you hear us? Chat with him, no? Text chat. Sanjeet, can you hear me? Were you able to hear me through the microphone? Okay, so you put your screen up. Let's get the screen up. Yeah. Yeah, we are putting it on the full screen mode here, Sanjeev. 2 minutes. See, Suchetan, he can hear those guys, so you have to communicate from there. So, Sanjeev, we can see your thing. This is the code, by the way. You put this code. You got the code? You're playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're waiting for the ticket. Okay, very good. All right. Everybody got the leak? You're in, and it says there is a place that says get your ticket. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Sanjit, switch to the game screen console. Okay. And you're everybody ready? Yeah. Okay. So you can distribute tickets.
Okay, I'm distributing tickets.
Okay, Sanjit, from now on you will be on the speaker, so you go on executing the full game. Then if I need to talk to you, I'll call you on this. Or Suchetan will talk to you through the WebEx. Okay? All right.
Okay. Before we start, best of luck to everyone. So let's start our game by distributing tickets. Now guys, please go on your Tombola tickets and check if you have received your Tombola tickets.
Everybody got it? Just show of hands, how many of you got? All right, good. It actually shows
Great.
here. Go on, Sanjay. There will be
Let's start our game now. Okay, we are on a game page now. So I'll call a number and you will find it on your Tombola ticket. If you will get it, hit on it as soon as possible. So let's call our first number. '88, 8888, 2-digit number 8888. Next number is 3434. It's 2-digit number 3 and 4, 34.
I got it.
Next number is 8484.
Again, I got it.
8484. Next number is 4747. Year of Independence. 4747. Next number is 4646. It's 4646. Next number 3737. 3737. Next number is 1515. It's 1 and 5, 15. 1515. Next number 2626. Number is 2626. 7676. 7676. Next number 2323. 2323. Next number is 7474. Still one more. 7474.
Got it.
Next number 1616. It's 1616. 1616. Next number is 8383. And we have our first winner, Jaldi 5 winner, Akansha Kashyap. Congrats, Akansha. Our current number is 838383. Next number is 8989. 8989.
I got it.
Next number is 3939. 3939. Number is 3939. Six three 63. Next number is 3131. 3131. We'll repeat it once again. 3131. Next number is 5252. 5252. Next number is 5353.
I got it.
5353.
I got it.
Next number is 7777. It's 2 hockey sticks. 7777. Next number is 6. Number 6. Single digit number 6. Next number is single digit number 2. It's single digit number 2. Next number is 1919. 1919. Next number is 6161. And we have our corner winner now, Adil Sheikh. Congrats, Adil. Next number is 4444. 4444. Next number is 1818. 1818. Next number is 6464. 6464. Next number is 2020. 2020.
I got it.
2020. Next number is 1717. 1717. Next number is 6868. Next number is 6868. Next number is 1010. 1010. Next number is 7373. Next number is 4040. 4040.
Bottom row. Bottom row claim.
Next number is
Click तो हो गया, ठीक है.
8686. And our bottom row winner is Khushi. Congrats, Khushi. Next number is 5. Single digit number 5. Next number is 3333. 3333. It's 2-digit number 3333. Next number is 7070. 7070. Next number is 8787. Two-digit number 8 and 7. 8787. Next number is 1111. 1111. Two-digit number 1111. Next number is single digit number 1. First of the number 1. Next number is 54. 5454. 5454. Next number is 7575. Next number is 6969. Number is 6969. And congrats to our medal winner Sakshi. Congrats, Sakshi. Next number is 2727. 2727. Next number is 8282. 8282. Next number is 6262. And our top row winner is Deveshman Barnwal. Congrats, Deveshman. Now only full house is left. Next number is 3535. Two-digit number 3535. Next number is 7878. 7878. Next number is 5656. 5656. Next number is 4141. 4141. Next number is 5555. 5555. Next number is single digit number 9. Single digit number 9. Next number is 2828. It's 2828. Next number is 6767. It's 6 and 7, 6767. Next number is 2424. It's 2424. Next number is 6060. 6060. Next number is 5858. 5858. Next number is 4545. Next number is 2525. 525. Next number is 2222. Two little ducks. 2222. Next number is 7979. Next number is 3030. 3030. Next number is 7272. 7272. Next number is 5050. It's 5050. Next number is single digit number 7. Single digit number 7. Next number is 4343. It's 4343. Next number is 8080. Two digit number 8080. Next number is 4242. 4242. Next number is 3636. 3636. Next number is 8181. 8181. Next number is 5757. 5757. Next number is 3. Okay. Next number is 4949. Next number is 2929. 2929. Next number is 1414. 1414. Next number is single digit number 4. Next number is 5151. 5151. Next number is single digit number 8. number is, sorry. Next number is, and we have our winner, full house winner, R. Mohini. Congrats, Mohini ji. And congrats to all the winners. Yes.
Last 1 month and all the hard work you're putting in, going the numbers up to 90, I love the just kidding. While they're assembling, for the rest, the point is, even a simple of what used to be a household game. In fact, it's not a game. Is there a mic? See, what used to be very simple, small household game, right? It's actually called housey. And you can actually harness it for this. In fact, I am told in many companies, tens of thousands of people play this, right, on this app. And, okay. No, here, focus on this point. You can cheer them all you want in 1 minute. But imagine if tens of thousands of employees in many companies, communities, organizations start playing this for a small amount of money, and if all that money goes to a good cause, what a great thing it would be. You would anyway play this, right? Once in a while, right? That's an idea as simple as that. That is 1 rupee app. So my sincere request is download, make all your friends, family, etc. download, be members, and do what you like to do. Right? We are not asking you to do anything that you don't like to do. Pursue your passion. And if it is not there, talk to us. Because we have a whole team researching how different activities can be supported on this. There are already 104 activities, and there's a good chance you'll find something, right? And you can create your own communities. It actually brings out the best in people in terms of their leadership, their volunteering, their supporting the good cause, etc. But good show. Thank you very much for showing up. But let's reward the winners. They did such hard work. They kept pressing. All the no's you said, finally a yes. What did I talk about? We got something nice for them? Oh, you got a gift? Oh, just, no, I think Jay we'll give them a little candy, we'll do some kid stuff. Yeah, I got them, come. You got them. Okay. Look at that. Knock it out. Huh? You have to be careful. Those guys are going to attack you after this. Yeah. No. You're protected. Huh? Yeah. No, it's okay. No, it sounds funny when you do this on a housey, but imagine you're doing this on your running and chess contest. Right here, Jay. Right here, one by one. Oh. Right here. Here you go. And nothing for you, Jay. Now, finally, yes. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That I hope give you guys a glimpse of 1 rupee app. I'm here for another 5 minutes to answer your questions. But otherwise, enjoy. Enjoy.
चले गए आप यहाँ से